With that, the basic premise that we are starting with is starting under the premise that this group is essentially different people who, between different taverns, different random kind of notations around the city of Neverwinter, have come in contact. Bowden, you don't have to have an actual token on the map. It should be set up so you can see everything. Your token on this screen is just the one inside of the current party dropdown.
I don't know if I've got a token on the map.
I think I dropped a token on the map.
Oh, my bad. I feel like I said Bowden, and that's not the name. Bront. My bad. I could see, like, the B from how far zoomed back I am.
Oh, yeah, that was my fault. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's okay, big, bald, white guys. We all look the same.
Yeah, I got to work on that a little bit.
Me too.
My bad. But basically, everybody has, through some manner of meeting, come in contact with a person by the name of Gundren Rockseeker. You are all in different manners of being hired to travel to the town of Phandalin, a very frontier, removed from pretty much all factions that initiate pressure on politics. It is a very lost to nature area. It is out of the way. It's a solid day or two travel off of the King's Road in one of the more remote sections of the King's Road between Neverwinter and Waterdeep, two of the largest cities of the Sword Coast, as well as two of the more northern cities inside of the Sword Coast. But you are basically being hired to transfer and help guard a small shipment of goods that he intends to bring into the town of Phandalin. Again, it's essentially a place that is very removed from things, that it becomes dangerous to travel through those areas of the wilds. So if you all want to take a moment as you essentially congregate inside of a busy tavern to actually introduce and describe yourselves to one another, this would be a good time. Essentially, you guys would be in just a small, out-of-the-way tavern in a roadside inn outside of Neverwinter. Does anybody want to introduce themselves to the rest of the party?
Yeah, okay, I can start. I'm Edron. How much do we introduce ourselves here? Do we go all?
I would say at this point, stick more on the idea of you all know that you are meeting in a small location, that you are waiting for Gundren to arrive, and that you all are understanding of the fact that you are basically going to a dive bar when there should be no actual business, and you were looking for the only other people who would be there. So at this point, I would stick to describe your actual physical appearance, the characteristics that people would pick up as they start to perceive you. Whether you wear dark clothing, are you wearing metal armor, leather armor? Do people see any armor at all? What sort of icons do you have displayed openly? Things might be like perceived a little less explicitly. Do you have twigs in your hair? Are you well kempt and combed? Just those first perceived things about your character, not necessarily starting under the idea of describing anything about your personality, or necessarily introducing yourself on that level, but basically you all are walking into a empty tavern in the middle of a day, and knowing that you are here to meet up with somebody who is hiring you and those others that he has hired.
Okay. So, well then, you can see my character Edrin. You can see he comes in. He has brown, almost black hair down to his shoulders. He very well kept. Dark gray clothes, not any armor or anything, just regular clothes. He has a pair of glasses and basically a 5 o'clock stubble.
Well, Bront kind of stomps in. He's got leather armor, bow. Looks like he slept, under a bush. And he seems urgently interested in getting to work.
Supposed to be. What's up, man? Let's go.
So Justin kind of slinks in. Eyes always kind of seem to be darting about. He's about 6 feet tall, slender. Is wearing dark clothes, hood's down for now. Sort of like leather armor, darkened. He's got a couple daggers strapped to his chest. Uh, Rapier on the side. He's mostly well kept, but he looks a little haggard. Sort of a little tiredness under the eyes, maybe a little nervous.
Uh, Bodden enters. He's got very obviously wearing heavy chainmail underneath the remnants of the monk's robes that he is wearing over it to kind of disguise some of the metal armor and weaponry that he's carrying. He's got a mace and a very heavily used shield intertwined throughout his armor and kind of holding the remnants of the monk's robe together are red bandages. They're clean, but obviously used and bloodstained. They're almost wrapped. It appears haphazard at first, but on closer inspection, it's sort of in a religious manner, almost as if they're put on, washed, and reapplied every morning. They don't serve any actual purpose other than adornment. He also carries a very heavy satchel with an odd kind of earthy scent coming from it. Um, every now and then, part of it will open up, and you can see a bunch of herbs inside. He's large built guy, bald. His face and head are kind of roughly shaven, almost as if he does it every morning as sort of a ritual. But he is friendly despite all that and would greet each and every one of you warmly and kind of give you a once over while introducing himself.
So with that, the four of you can kind of gather that these are likely the folks that you are intending to travel with Gundren. So again, still under the guise that you are only assuming that you are walking into a place that only Gundren's associates will be in, but you all can introduce yourselves to each other, and you are basically served beers as you walk in, again, as if you are expected to be here, as if this were a private party.
So has anyone had much contact with this Gundren before taking the job, or are we going in pretty blind here? I myself have not met him.
I was just told to show up here and that there was some coin to be made.
No, I can say I have never met the person in my life.
Yeah, no idea. I haven't seen it before either.
I like that the beers are free.
A good start.
Definitely a plus.
Bodden would kind of paw uncomfortably at his beer and sort of haphazardly agree.
Do you need some help with that? I'll finish it for you.
Absolutely, help yourself, neighbor. And he would shove it at you almost as if he's very, very happy to be rid of it.
Bront makes note. Thank you.
Jason would just watch the exchange with interest and go at his own beer pretty steadily.
Bodden would kind of grunt sheepishly and shake his head. Before taking up the cloth, I was a bit of an overindulger, I suppose.
Maybe we'll get to see that sometime on the road.
Well, let's hope not.
All right, well, I'm going to sharpen my sword while we're waiting.
Wouldn't be long that while you all are sitting in the pub that you hear a distant chiming of a bell, perhaps from a church outside of the actual town. Perhaps it's actually ringing from Neverwinter itself. But as the rings sound through, there are 10 rings, presenting the fact that you all seem to have been at least slightly early to this meeting that you have scheduled with Gundren, and it would appear that Gundren himself might be running a little bit late in the making.
Anyone want to go to church?
I'm not one for public assembly, but there's worse ways to spend time, that's for sure. Are you religious?
No, I just thought it was kind of funny to think about.
Oh, I see. And he'd be kind of briefly standoffish, but would warm up to it. He doesn't appreciate the humor, but he's trying to fit in and befriend you, so he would let it go.
What about the rest of you?
Justin wouldn't be keen. He's not a big organized religion type, but he'd actually probably suggest you order another round while you wait for Gundren.
Me as Edwin, I can say I believe the gods exist. I'm not particularly devout to any one of them, though. I'm more devout to my own books than anything else.
What sort of books are those?
Well, basically any book I can get my hands on. I'm a big reader.
Like to read? That'd be good.
Yes, of course. I'm not much for the written word myself, but it's always nice to meet a scholar. What are you currently studying?
Well, I'm studying mostly anything in the magical variety.
Oh, I'm afraid I wouldn't be much for comparing notes then, my friend. But I'm glad to have your expertise around.
But I'll be happy to lend my expertise anytime it's applicable.
After a few moments, apparently under the idea that perhaps the mugs have gone dry, you see as the barkeep again walks by, kind of eyes everyone. He would look over to Bowden and kind of noticing that you had pushed away your glass. Would you care for something else to drink there?
I'm quite all right. Thank you for the hospitality. As I told my friends, I simply don't partake anymore. Chalk it up to old age, I guess.
Would you care for something a little easier on the insides?
Water would be nice. Thank you, friend.
Aye. After a few moments, it kind of like passes back into the darkness behind the tavern and shortly comes back out with 3 larger mugs and then just like a smaller mug that actually has like a pitcher to it as well. And he'll set down those 5 objects, presenting essentially a water for you, which anybody could also refill some of their water flasks, and then 3 more ales for the group. And then kind of progressing back to a bar, and he seems to just kind of sit down and lazily just kind of like nod his head as he seems to close his eyes and sit back, giving the idea that perhaps this is normally part of his sleeping time, waiting for people who might come in for a midday meal or rest during the high sun.
Rather nice to have such excellent service. It's been quite a time since I've been in civilized society, I suppose.
Certainly a barkeep in Neverwinter would never go to sleep with patrons, armed, polishing their weapons at the desk.
Perhaps you're onto something. I don't. I wouldn't know, but I'll defer to your judgment. Bodden would kind of become slightly uncomfortable.
Bront's a little more nervous about the situation of sudden and nurses his drink.
As you all kind of relax, perhaps feeling a little bit more unease. Again, time seems to kind of be passing. Doesn't appear to be any sign of Gundren actually arriving at present. From the sound of it, it would appear that everybody has pretty well answered different calls to this location without actually meeting their benefactor. But within a short while, the barkeep seems to kind of stand up without any sort of like impetus to action, and he kind of goes about his way, stepping towards the back, and after a short while he brings out a plate of different foods, different things like some bread, seems like a hardtack, not really anything especially delicious. It does have like a beautiful brown like singe to it, as it appears to be perhaps like some sort of caramelized sugar in the cooking. And then he kind of sets it down with a little bit of like different meat scattered across it, as well as some different random greens that appear to be kind of set out. But it's more or less just like a variety of what was currently available. And he sits down at the table with the four of you. Well, laddies, it seems we're the ones who are going to be showing up here today. It's good to meet you all. My name's Gundren, and I appreciate you showing up here today.
Bodden would reach for a piece of the hardtack, break it open, and smile politely. Well, while I appreciate the hospitality, do you mind explaining the theatrics as to why we've sat here for half the day?
A little time wasted relaxing is never really wasted. The places where we go, you may not find yourself resting with ease for quite some time from now.
A fair point.
And where will we be going?
Little frontier town, about 4 days' march from here. It won't be an easy march. It's unsafe, and I've got to make it there with a pricey cargo for my brothers and myself. And looking around, he has a good bit of doubt to his eyes, and I think most people would be able to quickly perceive that perhaps the reason why he was pretending to be a barkeep at this instant was to actually test the people that he was bringing in, curious of what level of patience shadier folk might bring to a situation, as he kind of goes into what he's looking for everyone to do. We're going to have to make a long trek into the south, and we'll be going quite off the beaten path into mining territory. Territory where the beasts are foul and the people are worse.
Sounds like we might get to visit my home.
I had to...
Justin was. Sorry, go ahead.
Nope, you go on.
Justin would smile and address Gundren and say, as it so happens, my one of my specialties is getting things from point A to point B. So this sounds right up my alley.
It's a good start, but that's only the beginning. We'll have to progress through some areas that are quite terrible, and for what it is, when we make it there, I'll still need bodyguards on the other side. And perhaps you'll appreciate my theatrics more when we know that everybody here can be trusted without hesitation.
Bodden would address Gundren as well. Would you recommend any further preparation before we leave civilization, as it were, to begin the journey?
Anything you might need, you should pick it up while we're still close to Neverwinter. For from here on out, everything's made quite the long traverse to make it to the small town of Phandalin. Things are rare, and the most important things are rare still. What, pray tell, might you be looking for?
I'd stop by a local temple before we leave. Other than that, things of physical need are present on my person already. I believe myself to be well equipped, and judging by the looks of my companions, I would say the same for them.
Yeah, so mechanically, there's probably not much you all can do for what you would need. The town of Phandalin is quite isolated, and it is one of those campaigns that puts things on a limited supply line, and that is a continual theme throughout the first 5 levels. Predominantly, there's probably only 1 or 2 times in the campaign where you kind of leave the general frontier town, where you start to actually get to larger cities that you might be able to acquire things that you need. So depending on what you would be looking for, most of the player's handbook is available in Phandalin at prices, but it's all things 25 gold and lower. And again, I say that you probably can't afford anything that is over 25 gold, as your starting gold is likely much lower than that. But essentially what you are going into is a very limited access campaign, being outside of the actual cities of the Sword Coast. But this is essentially like hopping into the actual campaign. This would be the type of place where if you want to pick up a second weapon to fight with like 2 light weapons, this is where you would buy them before you actually hop on the road. But things of that nature, where if there's anything that you'd like to procure, do it now, essentially before leaving town.
Out of character, I apologize. This is kind of a silly question, but it bit me in the ass in the last sort of primitive wilderness campaign I played. Are you going to say that thematically a dagger is a purpose-built weapon, or are you going to say that we have I could use it to cut up roots or skin an animal or what have you?
A dagger's a knife. By and large, I think as far as this game treats things, a dagger is not. I think a dagger in the real world, generally speaking, is an extremely long, narrow-bladed knife. Tends to be carried by royalty, so it can be hidden on their person, and it's usually something that a more assassin-type person would carry for the actual murdering of someone else. Whereas I think a dagger in this game is just a knife.
Fair enough. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think this game is prepared to fully recognize the full plethora of weapons. So there is a massive level of interpretation and flavor that can be applied to different weapons. So most of that is purely up to you all to actually theme how far you would like to go with things. just because the game is essentially not prepared to necessarily delineate the thousands of different types of weapons. When they steal a name from one, it doesn't really limit it to that actual weapon versus all of the weapons that fall under the more general name that it kind of fits as.
Right. I was just asking to make sure. I mean, in my mind, a dagger is, like you said, a knife. It could be whatever you choose your character has, like a Sikh's knife that someone could use for game preparation and general survival use, or if you're ruling it that everyone has like a purpose built, 8-inch thin bladed poniard for stabbing through chainmail. It's just every table's different. And like I said, it bit us in the ass the last game I played.
Yeah, like a dagger, as that DM likely ruled it, is probably far closer to what is commonplace in a town like Waterdeep, where carrying weapons is passe. Anybody who openly carries weapons basically is openly suspicious. Anybody who's carrying weapons is going to be somewhat watched by any town guard if you are not also wearing the livery of a actual noble house.
Gotcha. Confirmed. That was my only question on that one.
Well, if you need to stop off at a church and make your last prayers, that's fine with me. But we'll be getting on shortly here. I've got the wagon of all my goods in the back here, and we'll be ready to go when you are.
Gundren, thank you so much for the beers and the food, but can I ask what the compensation is like on this trip?
Well, I'll have a little gold for you when we make it there. By and large, though, much of what we'll be working for is for future profits in a venture my brothers and I are undertaking. And everything goes well, we'll all be rich folk.
All right.
Gundren, you expecting any trouble in particular on the road? Anyone you're worried about?
I don't believe there's ever particular trouble so much as there's always trouble. So, just as a general understanding of the settings about, Neverwinter has a large number of refugees who are almost constantly flowing towards the cities in these recent months. One could even go so far as to say these recent years, that a lot more people seem to be coming towards the city in almost constant caravans. And this is since Neverember would have returned to the actual city itself. A lot of the repairs and a lot of the rekindling of the city's lifeblood have come in these last few years. Many people seem to be coming from the outskirts, almost as if a plague and a blight has come down the city. And more so in these last few months, anybody who is actually a local of the Neverwinter area would recognize more and more people seem to be fleeing from the outskirts into the protection of the city itself. And that isn't necessarily a threat in itself, but it says a lot for the nature of the wilds about. You are probably about 2 days outside of Neverwinter Wood, as far as just like traveling by foot would go. And the wood itself used to be, before Mount Houtno exploded about 30 years in the past, the Neverwinter Woods used to be far more welcoming and far less of a dark, foreboding nature about them. Many people used to actually settle not necessarily in the woods, but about the woods. Often people would venture in without thoughts of the danger of going into such a place. But with things as they are, there's a very unsettled nature about the city, as well as the actual road south between Neverwinter and Waterdeep has felt a lot of pressure of this wildness that seems to encroach further and further into the actual. The road's never been tamed, but the road has felt safer in the past. And this encroaching feeling of just dread seems to be about this whole northern area. So that's something that you would already gather just in traveling. Travel is not safe, and it's something that you can never let your guard down on. And a lot of people, about the only reason they ever really make it to a place like Neverwinter, as they do go on these like caravan like exoduses, is the fact that there's so many people traveling that it appears safe. And if it doesn't appear safe, it's purely because they can't keep track of how many people are lost on the road. It just doesn't necessarily click. Well, if y'all are ready to travel, we can definitely get on the ways here. And we can either take your cleric to a church, or we can take a little more time for ourselves to relax. But as far as things go, it's best to get on our way as soon as possible, and to put some miles behind us.
No need to stop. I'll remain with the party. I'll just do my administrations on the road. But thank you for considering taking the time for me. I'm ready when you all are.
Gundren, can you tell us a little more about your brothers that we're going to be in partnership with?
What would you like to know about me, brothers?
Well, I always want to know who I'm going to be getting rich with down the road. How many are there?
Me brothers and I will be your patrons for the near future. We have our own venture in the mix, and the town of Phandalin has a lot to gain from what we're looking into. If we're able to make things happen as it appears they'll be playing out, everybody will be getting rich in this town here, but more so those who are our close allies and companions. For now, rest assured that there aren't many of us, but my brothers and I are a tight group.
All right.
You mean brothers is in a monastic or fraternal order rather than in the, I suppose, physical sense?
Me brothers and I, we share the same parents.
I see.
We don't belong to any order other than those of the ancient dwarfs.
I'd like to do an insight check.
You can insight check, make a roll for me.
Thank you.
What are you looking to figure out?
I feel like he was kind of dancing around the answer as to how many of them, how many brothers he had, how many there, he was dancing around giving any specifics. So I'd like to take an insight to see if I noticed any sort of further hesitation in his words, or if it was just wordplay that he was verbally, not trusting us yet with the full information.
He's most certainly dancing around giving a number. At this point, you probably get a pretty solid sense that while he's not specifically hiding actual details so as to lie to you, he is looking to play that same like theatrics of how he played as a bartender when you would have first met him. He's looking to see the quality of those he's speaking to and he's looking to travel with you all before he actually gives any sort of specifics about what is happening. And I think you would get a pretty solid sense that while he also hasn't given any particulars about the money involved, there is more than an abundance of wealth to be made in the venture itself.
Understood. After arriving to this conclusion, Bodden would be significantly and noticeably warmer in his interactions with Gundren going forward.
Uh, if you had something to say, you're most welcome to.
No, I was just gonna say that Bron gives a Bowden a knowing look and a little smirk.
So as you all kind of head out, stepping out into essentially the high sun of the day, it is late spring into the early summer at this point. This is actually the month named High Sun, and it is, I believe, the actual month of the calendar is Elliot. As far as things go, if I am mixing up the common name with the actual month, we will be going with Elliot as the actual starting month of this campaign here. But this is essentially July as far as like our calendar mixes into the calendar of Faerun. And as you all kind of step out into the heat of the day, you see in the back of this actual small roadside tavern, there is a cart well laden with different things, all thrown up under a large canvas tarpaulin that covers the entire cart. All of the goods are out of view underneath the tarpaulin itself, and hitched to the actual cart is not an amazing horse of any sort of breed, but a well-worked horse that seems to be quite capable of what it would take to start to carry into the actual mountains a large laden load on this cart itself. But it is basically set up in a way that, while on nicer roads, you could certainly ride on the cart, finding places to put yourself in place. It is essentially the driver, and then anybody else would have to walk aside from it. As you all start to head out from the actual location, the horse is not pulling it at any fancy speed. It's going to essentially keep a walking pace that is not difficult to keep up with the cart. But you are able to essentially store any of your gear with the cart, or kind of just like unladen yourselves for the journey. But it seems that Gundren has prepared this and the load to be taken to Phandalin in a way that it is weight-wise all carried for, and it just needs 4 guards as well as the driver.
Can we make out anything about the size of the crates under the tarp, or maybe the shape of the items underneath?
Roll a perception. As you kind of glance around, there's different signs of larger boxes that kind of build up most of the base of the area. A lot of things that kind of are stacked on top are rather invisible, but you're able to make up different little things, like kind of the signs of like a pickaxe sitting on top, where it would have like the actual crescent of the pick itself kind of displayed in the canvas sitting on top. But as you kind of like progress down the road and you're walking with the cart, you're able here and there to kind of push up the edges of the actual tarpaulin itself, and it appears that there are things marked into the actual like crates themselves that mark this as either it is coming from a place known as Barthens, or it is on its way to a place called Barthens. but there seems to be some sort of like maker's mark sort of mark denoting many of these things as Barthen's provisions. But other than just kind of like a few generic things, it doesn't appear to be that you're noticing anything especially fantastic or special. It seems to be very basic things that one might take into. Again, it's a frontier village inside of a mountain area. You would expect miners. You've already heard one name of the actual the dwarf dropping. That perhaps Gundren is a little beyond all that he seems, and that kind of those are probably the things that you would pick up there. Is that it appears to be more or less regular sort of things that you would take into a frontier, as well as a mining frontier.
Okay, thanks.
Bront takes position on the back left corner of the cart, keeping an eye behind us as we head out of town.
So as you all pass out of this area, the first day is pretty uneventful. You see a pretty constant stream of traffic heading into Neverwinter. Pretty much everybody seems to kind of almost blank-eyed stare at you all. You notice pretty regularly there is a surprising lack of people leaving Neverwinter. You seem to be on the road yourselves alone as far as southerly traffic goes, but there are many people who are just worn and beaten down that seem to be passing in the opposite direction. And there's just a constant stream of 5 people, 20 people, 30 people, 10 people. There's just a constant amalgamation of people who seem to be traveling in packs, making their way north as you all progress south. You see sometimes people traveling across the actual fields. You have a wide view from the horizon to your east off into the ocean, looking almost down across like a valley before it meets the sea. You're on like the crest is where this actual road is, and then dropping off into a not necessarily a valley so much as almost like a floodplain to the west of you before it meets up with the woods to the west as you all head to the south. Or my bad, not west, to the east of you, to your left.
Do the refugees, do they seem to be can we notice whether any of them appear to be injured in any particular way? And do they seem to be carrying a lot of stuff with them, or are they more just sort of whatever the sort of clothes on their back? They seem to be most of them have like packs, or are they any of them leading sort of small carts or anything like that?
Most everyone that you see is progressing with what they have on their back. You would probably notice some injuries here and there, but nothing out of the ordinary that necessarily makes you think that these are people who are being attacked, so much as these are people who are fleeing, perhaps, because they have nothing to themselves. And you wouldn't necessarily pick up any of the injuries outside of things appear to be the occasional like leg bandaged or an arm bandaged, but by and large you would kind of pick up this idea that these are somewhat normal people who in the worst of scenarios are fleeing from someplace terrible, and have kind of left everything behind. In the best of scenarios they're making their way with what they have, and perhaps poor fortune has fallen on them in this actual trek. But there's not necessarily anything in particular that puts you off that they've been through ill conditions outside of perhaps natural conditions.
Okay.
Can we ask Gundren if he knows anything about the refugees and why everyone's traveling the opposite direction that we are?
There's little for those who have nothing for themselves to be found in the wilds right now. Most people flee to the city for protection when they don't have access to their own.
Any of the parties that kind of enter earshot, I'm going to go ahead and, you know, sort of give them a very brief blessing as they pass by, a small prayer. Um, Bodon is he's very obviously bothered that there's not time to stop and sort of attend to their needs.
Yeah, you can definitely go quite parched with the time passage of blessing those that you pass who need blessed.
Yeah, it'll just be a short, kind of murmur of comfort. He's going to be displaying his bandages, all the Ilmatari sort of holy symbols that he has on his armor and what have you. Um, if there are any children specifically that pass that are wounded, he would even go as far as to weep slightly occasionally. But he does stay with the cart.
You would find pretty quickly that you are weeping through most of the day. There's no shortage of children on the same trek. This is people of all ages who seem to be fleeing from poor conditions to perhaps not much better inside of Neverwinter.
Well, throughout the travels, then he's going to be steadily emotionally burdened by what he's seeing.
But after a solid 6 or 8 hours of travel, approaching towards mid-afternoon or late afternoon into the evening, you all are able to take the time to rest along the road. If you'd like to go in a different place to acquire rest, you kind of have a concept that you are on a high point on the road itself. And while you are getting further outside of Neverwinter, you're still within the horizon that you can view it. You're probably only about 20 miles or so outside of Neverwinter at that point, but you are able to take a rest. If you would like to do anything special, let me know.
Well, we'll have to make some watch shifts, right, boys?
Confirmed. I would like to take a few moments to say some prayers, and then I'll be ready to take a shift.
Justin can take the second shift. He'd also, I guess, at this point, take out his just have a short bow out where it can be ready for when he's on watch.
Bront will take the early morning shift.
Let's see, how many shifts do we need actually?
I suppose
Well-
there's 4 of us. We could split it up that way.
Yep, 4 is the perfect number to actually be able to acquire a long rest and be able to watch at the same time.
I will take first shift then.
So if I can have each person roll 2 perception checks, we will go about the evening, and we will start with Bonin. I think Bront said he would do the morning. Justin, you said you were going to do the second.
Yes.
And then we'll have Idrin doing the third.
Yes. You said perception check, right?
Yes, please.
After his shift, Bodden would spend some time making tea. It has no special properties. It'll just be made with some random bits of herbs from his bag. And he would make enough that anyone's welcome to partake if they'd like.
So as far as the actual taking of a rest goes, pretty much if you are wearing anything other than light or no armor, you have to actually doff your armor and take that off to gain an actual rest. As far as doing light activities go, you can spend like 2 hours of a long rest doing light activities. Doing much of anything other than sleeping for those other 6 hours ends up being essentially, again, like avoiding the rest itself. So different things like taking the time to pray, you can do during your actual watch. Taking the time to make tea, you can do during your actual watch. It's not going to negatively affect what you roll. But like to make tea after your watch becomes to the point where you're flavoring it becomes to the point where you might take exhaustion because you don't gain a rest because you're doing something. Not necessarily saying that's how I'm going to apply it here, but I would say if you're looking to make tea, just make it during your actual watch, and you can leave it for anybody who would wake up for the next watch. And then people on the third watch might be less likely to enjoy some tea, but it's still there.
Gotcha. So you want us to be specific with when and where we're engaging in sort of thematics during rest time. Got it.
Well, honestly, I don't find travel terribly entertaining. This is probably the one big time that travel really takes place is in this campaign. 1 through 5 is where travel is somewhat substantial. A lot of this whole setup mechanically is both designed to see how people react to the suffering of others, how the party reacts to working as a team early on, and then the actual effects of travel when you are at your weakest. And that's just one of the things about low levels. Things that you would find on the road are far more dangerous than once you're 6 or 7. Most travel is extremely negligible. The party is able to, generally speaking, go about their will and kind of just travel about, and if something interrupts their sleep, they can wake up and execute it. And then even beyond those levels, it becomes pretty easy for a party to just go where they need to go. And travel doesn't even necessarily get involved so much as they find ways to arrive there. But it's minor things like that, like you're just able to make the tea during your actual, the course of your watch. But you have a pretty uneventful watch. You see there is a small progression of people who seem to travel through the area during your actual watch time. Doesn't really seem out of what you've already established as ordinary for these times. A lot of people seem to be going about the road. It's certainly substantially less, but the actual consistency of the travel, even though it is less people, you get that feeling that perhaps part of the sallow looks, the exhaustion, and the dread that sits on these people is the exhaustive levels that they are going to try to arrive in Neverwinter. That many people are not taking the time to rest on their way there, and they are hoping above all hope just to make it. So I believe then you would be waking up, I think it was Justin, for the second watch.
Yes.
Justin as well. You kind of get the same sense. You're welcome to a pretty fresh tea made pretty recently before you're woken up. You get that same sense. You're welcome to actually have like that short conversation with Bowden just about the fact that there's a constant stream of people to keep an eye on, and within a few minutes, half hour of your watch, you recognize the same trait there may not be as many people on the road, but you can't go much more than 10 minutes or so between hearing the footsteps of people approaching, slowly walking past and beyond your camp, and just moving along. People do eye you all. They're not necessarily giving you creepy looks. You're not completely thrown off by the fact that people are traveling by, but there is certainly that constant traffic that keeps you alert across your watch, but yours also seems to go uneventful.
Okay. Do any of them come by near enough to the cart to have a brief conversation with, or are they mostly just kind of completely um, set on continuing north as quickly as possible?
Most people seem put off, perhaps, by the actual presence of the five of you, as well as noticing that you are actually armed folk. Most people are traveling with very little means, and they are not necessarily coming any closer than just beyond the light of your fire.
Okay.
So I think that would take it into Idran's watch. As Justin watches you, there seems to be a pretty solid lull in the people coming by. Justin, you would most certainly be able to share with Idran that there's been less people in the last hour passing by than there are in the recent time, but still there is constant foot traffic. That would probably be around like middle of the night, the high full moon above head. Things seem to be calm enough. There seems to be enough of a light between the campfire and the full moon. It's clear skies overhead. You're pretty well able to spot people along the actual road. You have a good view of the coast. You have a good view of the actual grasslands opening up to the south and west of south and east of you. And as you kind of transfer the watch over to Idran, you go about that same level of there doesn't really appear to be much to worry about. You haven't really spotted many, if anyone, who seems to be traveling with actual gear and equipment, let alone people who might be traveling with weapons. So there doesn't really appear to be anything to worry about. As things seem calm enough, you kind of start to doze off in your watch and kind of like go back to sleep. It's the middle of the night. Not many people have been on the road. Doesn't really appear to be much to worry about. So you kind of just take it a little bit easier. And you're not like fully at peace. So every once in a while you just kind of open an eye. Nope. Doesn't seem to be anybody about. And just go back to your peaceful rest. Here and there you might like actually try to like study a bit of your books, but by and large you just go about a more or less comfortable evening out in the wild, enjoying a little bit of a full moon, but taking your watch a little bit less seriously than perhaps it's due. Brunt, you kind of wake up at some point with the idea, perhaps I've slept too long. Perhaps I just feel uneasy being out in the wild for the first night in quite some time. But it seems like we're approaching that point in the morning where the sun would start to rise above the forest, the Neverwinter forest. And as you kind of like look about, there doesn't really seem to be anything happening at this point. And you notice Idran seems to be sleeping. And you're just like, oh, did he wake me up already? Is it my watch already? But you take the time, like you feel well rested. You take the time offhand. Do you have armor on Bron?
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, so you can sleep in your light armor though, so you wouldn't actually have to like don your armor or anything. But you take
Bron
the
looks a
time to
little bit
kind
like
of.
he looks a
Well,
little bit like he always sleeps in his armor under a wagon when he can.
yeah, that's what I was getting at though. That you didn't actually have to like take time to don your armor, but you would wake up feeling rested enough that you start to just assume that perhaps he dozed off when he was supposed to wake you, and you take the time to just prepare yourself and start your own watch. If you have any sort of morning ritual, you are essentially well enough rested that as long as you do light activities from here, you would benefit from a long rest, mechanically wise. But as the last watch, you just start to do like smaller things. You can put a little bit of water on a kettle and start to boil it. You can start to like munch on a little bit of like hardtack as your breakfast. But as far as things go, Bront feels awake enough and like welcoming the morning at this point that you begin to kind of go about your day. But as things kind of progress and the first signs of light seem to peek over the actual forest, you do start to notice there appears to be something moving through the high grass, probably about 60 or 80 feet at this point off, and down like a little bit of a slope beyond the actual high road. But there appears to be tracks leading off, and it appears to be walking in your direction as the grass seems to like bristle, not with the wind, but it's clearly something seems to be approaching you or having noticed you already.
I'll lean over and wake up Bowden with one hand and Justin with the other.
So if you'd like to go through the process of waking everybody up, just roll a d20 for me, and then anybody else roll a perception check. My bad, that kind of broke up a little bit. Were you asking how to roll a d20?
No, I think I rolled one in Beyond, but I mean in D&D Beyond,
Okay.
but it didn't show up.
Yeah, so rolling just a flat like die is where on the left side of your screen inside of Roll20, the bottom little symbol is a polyhedron of a d20. If you click that,
Yeah,
or rather if you hover over it, it'll show you all of the different dice. If you click it, it'll show you a little more complicated one. Alright, excellent.
Rolled a 19 and the other half. But I got it now, thanks.
So as far as things go, you seem to be a little bit more preoccupied with keeping your eye on what seems to be progressing towards you than you are putting effort into actually waking people up. But at this point, Bowden, you would actually be enough conscious from your own rest having been the first watch, and enough rested that you are kind of at that midpoint where you're like, I often wake up at this point to begin my own prayers to Ilmater, where you would be able to pretty quickly recognize something seems to be, oh, Bront's trying to wake me. So you get his attention. Bront, what would you like to say?
And pull up. I'm ready.
Are you there, Wood?
Yeah, sorry you guys didn't hear me. So, Bowden, I need you to wake everybody up because there's something out there, and I'll ready an arrow.
All right. I'm gonna stand up and kind of lift up my chainmail and start trying to shrug into it while going and kicking the others awake, sort of gently, just giving them a nudge and letting them know something's going on. Get up and get ready.
So I believe chainmail is minutes to dawn.
Okay.
And you would be pretty well aware that if there is something that is coming to actually say
Oh, yeah,
hello to you all.
I have chainmail, not a chain shirt. Sorry. Yeah, he wouldn't bother with it. He'd just pick his shield up and go to wake the others up for sure.
Yeah, but even for what it's worth, if you have to take off your armor to sleep, it's too long to actually join battle when you are being woken up. Medium armor is 5 minutes to dawn, and heavy armor is 10 minutes. So it takes quite some time to actually put on and off armor, and that's where having watch really matters. That somebody on watch doesn't actually have to go through that time. They are able to essentially maintain their rest inside of their armor, prepared for battle. And that's just one of those side things that kind of benefits having somebody on watch, that they are somebody at full strength ready to battle if you are brought into battle.
I got you. I wouldn't have mentioned anything about his armor, but I was under the impression for some reason that he had a chain shirt, a light chain shirt that he could get back into. But I have full on heavy chainmail, so I don't know where I got that impression. But sorry about that. So yeah, he would just pick up his shield and his mace and go to wake the others gently and give them a brief reprisal of what's going on. Let them know that Bront saw something.
So as you start to get everybody up and readied, Bront would notice that the two things that appear to be tracking towards you all kind of stop in the grass. And while you still have an idea of where they are, they're probably about 50 feet off and appear to be holding position. And were it not for the fact that you sort of watched them stop, you wouldn't really be able to tell where they were at this point.
Well, Brown will keep them marked with an arrow ready and whisper to Bowden that they've stopped.
You think we should try to make contact, or do you believe it's an animal of some sort?
I think we should wait for the sun to come up a bit more and see what we see.
Wish we had time to make a fire. The one from your watch seems to be puttering out a bit.
Overall, at this point, you all would still have somewhat of a fire. There's not like an extreme lack or abundance of light. It is again like the start of dawn and the end of the moon kind of passing down below the horizon. And there is a minor fire, but the actual presence of these things, for anybody other than Bront who caught them on watch, would be kind of beyond like recognition, other than it just seems like he is waking you all up, perhaps out of paranoia more than anything. Mechanically, if you all go much beyond where you have gone here, you will all lose out on the ability to take a long rest. What that ends up being, having not actually spent any abilities, skills, or spells, you don't really lose anything on that front of a long rest. You don't have health points that you're lacking, but you would take exhaustion, and the first level of exhaustion is that any skill checks are now at disadvantage. So mechanically, going much beyond what you've done now will start to take on that disadvantage for skill checks on the next day. and then a long rest can only reduce a single level of exhaustion when you would take your next rest. Whether you basically had to, this is the 7th watch basically of the evening, so you were about 7 hours into sleeping. You would have to either sleep for another 8 hours, or you would have to just take that exhaustion.
I'd rather avoid this fight if we can. Wonder if we can't just send it off if it's an animal of sorts.
Well, I'm ready to fire an arrow at it. Are we ready for the consequences?
Gentlemen, have you gathered yourselves?
Yeah, I'm ready for a fight if there is one. But I'd rather go back to rest if we could.
Yeah, I think Jason would probably prefer to see if you can just wait to see if they come any closer before doing anything, sort of engaging them proactively.
Bodon's
Well,
gonna
I know where they are, but I'm not willing to go out there because they're there.
Bodon's gonna take a step forward, but staying out of Braunt's line of fire. Kind of gently tap his mace against his shield, see if that startles anything in the bushes.
So from what I gather at this point, Justin is likely to have basically like rolled his bedroll back over him a little bit to kind of like cuddle up under the blanket and just more or less say, "You all handle it. Wake me when there's actual issue at hand." And it appears that the other 3 are more or less awake at this point and ready for anything that might be incoming. Bront, you would have a pretty solid understanding that whatever is coming at you is intelligent enough that you're noticing them and waking everybody has at least stalled, if not stopped, the confrontation that you might have encountered.
Well, I'm on watch. I'll stay on watch. That's what I'm going to do. Any response to all the noise the cleric's making?
At this point, there is just stillness in the grass at this point. As he's kind of like banging his mace to his shield, there doesn't seem to be any extra movement. But again, the moment you started to actually move in response and start to wake the rest of your party, things seem to have stalled at that point.
Well, I think Bront would like to slip off stealthily into the woods and maybe get a different angle on what's happening.
So you're well away from the woods at this point. You are welcome to stealth off, but you are basically on a high point in the road, and there's grasslands dropping off in either direction, whether you go east or west.
Okay. Low crouch in the grass. Try to get an angle. Try to get an angle on where I think they are. See if I can see anything more.
Seeing this, Bodden's going to redouble his efforts at kind of making a small spectacle of himself, sort of calling out, who is there? Do you need help? What's going on? You can approach the camp.
So roll a stealth check for me. From Bront. Word. As Bowden calls out, there's not an actual response, You do hear a little bit of like a chatter, but it is in a slight whisper that kind of barely carries over the actual like morning air across the grass. But what you would notice is that in the direction that Bront kind of ducked down and started to head off, you do start to see signs that these things are almost wheeling in the grass as they keep basically the two of you at their front, and the one, if Bront's going like south and moving to the east, the one on the southern end is basically wheeling back up to the north and further to the east. If Bront were going north and then wheeling to the east, the one in the north is kind of going backward to the east and then wheeling to the south. But you can pretty quickly gather that these things are, again, intelligent enough that they are keeping themselves strategically placed with all of you all in front of them, and they are also aware of your friend as he kind of dips off into the distance. As far as things go from you, Bront, you would lose actual sight of them in process of kind of going off. Obviously, you feel stealthy enough heading off into the grass, but as you kind of progress forward, you don't seem to actually be making headway into the area where you would expect them to be. You don't actually feel like you're getting any closer. You would kind of get a little bit of a hint of the same chatter that Bowden would have heard, but by and large it seems whatever this is reacting to your presence as you kind of step off into the woods as well. Or, my bad, into the grass.
All right, well, I'm going to head back to the camp slowly, having confirmed that something's out there. I can hear it. Do I recognize what this chatter might be? Is it common or something else I might know? Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, I caught you.
Cool.
As far as things go, nobody quite recognizes what language is being spoken. I meant to have that whispered, so even Edran didn't realize there was rolling a check for him. But as far as things go, nobody quite recognizes the language that is being spoken. It doesn't seem to be anything that anybody is familiar with, but it most certainly was not common. So again, while you have a understanding that whatever it is has some level of intelligence, you are also not quite aware of what it might be, other than something in the wild that seems to have caught sight on you all and was hoping to perhaps sneak in while you all were at your least aware. And it is something that is most certainly not open to a fight so much it is a predator at when the advantage is greatest on its side. So at this point you all don't have much to go on other than it seems something was looking to almost scavenge from you.
All right, well, I'll go back to my watch. And is Gundren snoring this whole time?
Not quite snoring, but he certainly is sleeping quite comfortably.
Okay.
But everybody is welcome to finish their last few hours of sleep. Again, the three who would have awoken there, I think all but Justin, basically awoke enough that they would lose their long rest. So you all will have one level of exhaustion moving on the second day. when you do bring it up to Gundren, kind of the most you get from him is, it's why I brought you all on board, is to do the watching for me while I do the sleeping.
Brunt files that one away.
And mechanically, I will never have a DM PC. I do not play characters who assist you. I play characters who are absolutely stupid, cowards, and next to useless if you're getting me to play a character alongside of you.
Just to add a character, what would happen if we get attacked and he's asleep? Does he wake up and jump in?
Oh, he is a non-combatant. He is a commoner.
Okay, got it.
That's what I mean. Like, if you ever hire someone or have somebody who has any level of a stat block, they are at best someone you can command to do things, but they would take no action on their own. I am never going to play a character who is useful as someone on your team. Anybody who I am playing is pretty much an enemy. And that's purely because I don't think there is any call for me to ever have a PC who is on your side, because it is somebody with all of the information as far as things go.
Understood. Well, boys, I'm sorry that I woke you up, but there was something out there, and it was necessary. But I'm glad that you're fine. I'll have a cup of tea if you're up for it, bud.
Naturally, my friend. Think nothing of it. Simply our job these days.
Jason would apologize for going back to sleep, but it would kind of seem like he doesn't really mean it. It's kind of more perfunctory. Kind of in his mind, since everything worked out, he's glad he just kind of went back to sleep.
All right, so I'm going to take a short patrol around the campfire till the sun comes up.
Yeah, the rest of the morning is pretty uneventful. As you patrol around, you see signs of a lot of humans actually passing around the actual road itself, but there's nothing much that seems to have ever approached your actual campsite. And then again, as far as mechanics go, I believe both Dave and Christopher will get to switch up their spells every day. So it is assumed in those, on any given normal resting day, the last 2 hours of your rest is usually where you would kind of be awake and not really doing anything. That's where you would kind of acquire the time to go into prayer or to study your spell book and to actually make those changes for your daily spells. But also on your watches is it's kind of set into your watches where you can't really switch them, but it would almost be those next few hours of just not really doing anything is where you would do things. But just mechanically, normally it's assumed if you are in town, staying at an inn, that the first 2 hours of your morning are vaguely time spent in prayer or studying your book, where you don't necessarily have to do anything after a long rest, you can switch up those spells that you would want to take out and or add in new ones for preparation wise.
Okay.
But other than that, everybody can take the time to have a little bit of breakfast. All of the rations are essentially dried foods. You can heat up different bits of water here and there, having different levels of enjoyable breakfast meals. Head back on your way. The first half of the day seems to be a little less trafficked, but still that same idea that you are coming across quite a few people along the road, and just as each hour seems to tick across the day, you seem to notice less and less people actually present on the road itself. And it just would appear at this point like the further you get from Neverwinter, the less condensed the actual people along the road seem to be. But there's pretty much no difference in this actual idea that most of what you're seeing appears to be refugees who seem to just be making their way north towards Neverwinter from whatever areas they seem to come from.
So while we're traveling, I'm going to have Justin be sort of behind the cart and can want to have him kind of periodically check to see whether he can sense if the creatures that sort of approached last night seem to be following them, if he can pick anything like that up, or if they seem to have left them as they continued on.
It is a pretty similar condition on the road where there's next to no traffic that actually seems to be going south along the road, to the point where you pretty quickly recognize that there's nobody apparently following you. Anybody who would be trying to sneak along in the grasslands and keep up with you would not be able to do so, and at very least not do so stealthily. So it's pretty quick for you to recognize that you're not being followed along that line. And again, that would just be another hint to you all that more or less what you were coming in contact with last night was likely somebody who was looking to kind of slip into camp, take what they might want, and slip back out of camp without any effort or notice.
Okay.
Well done that we chased them off.
Yeah, so mechanically, with stuff like that, I essentially roll an actual random encounter check while you all are doing watches. If you have a high enough perception, you are able to recognize that something is happening. Whereas just the actual existence of an encounter itself is a random d20 as well. So all it was is just a check to see what level of awareness you were at when I might have rolled high enough to actually get to random encounter. And then I just generated the actual encounter to see what it was. But by and large, like, it's not meant to be an actual penalty to you all, but it is the type of stuff that it does. Again, lower levels, it's far more important to see if random stuff along the road actually interrupts you. So it's not meant to be a punishment so much as it's just kind of the danger of being a little guy out on the road. But with an early morning start, you all are able to take a little shorter or rather a little quicker into the day break, where essentially as the sun reaches its zenith, you take the time to hop off of the road, sit back, and everybody can take like what ends up being essentially like a short rest as you kind of nap across the hottest part of the day before setting back off. You have an uneventful early morning, you have an uneventful midday meal, and then you can progress into the rest of that actual early day. The horse itself has a limited amount of time that it can essentially carry the cart, and that's kind of what you all are working with. As you progress down further and further south along the high road, it's pretty clear that you're probably about a day away from reaching the Tribor, where Gundren tells you you will all start to head east. Moving along the Tribor, it's not long from there, about a day into Phandalin. So halfway through your day, you are about 2 days away from making it to Phandalin at this point. But things gets a little less busy on the road. You progress through that second day. Signs of people become a lot less frequent, and we'll more or less kind of fast forward through that evening into a slow night where you all can do the same idea if you'd like to switch up the actual watches, keeping in mind that only Sir Justin will be doing a straight roll. The other 3 people will be doing rolls at disadvantage. and also Gundren will be going to sleep quite comfortably.
I think I got a full night's rest before my watch shift, so am I at advantage? Or, I mean, not at disadvantage?
No, actually getting up to do anything is that same level of, even though you slept for 6 hours, those last 2 hours still have to be doing next to nothing. Any actual activity. The big advantage that you get as that last watch person is that you are more likely, again, it doesn't really help because you have light armor, but you are more likely to actually engage in combat with equipment. But everybody still has to basically do nothing for 8 hours to gain a long rest.
Understood.
So once you all determine the order that you would like to go on watch for, if everybody can roll 2 perception checks.
Same order tonight?
Maybe since Justin has isn't exhausted, maybe, and since the creatures last night appeared sort of later in the evening, maybe do want to have him take the third shift rather than the second. I mean, I'm fine whichever way we want to do it, but I'm just thinking having him do it sort of when we think it may be most likely for something to approach again.
Sounds smart.
2 1s. Absolute fluke.
That's pretty wild.
It's like a 0.95 percentile, something like that. 95 hundredths of a chance.
Just for posterity, let me roll one more time. I don't want it to count, but I think I may have clicked something. Okay, no, we're good. I had done a manual roll on D&D Beyond just to mess with that tool for a second. I was wondering if I had messed up my import thing for some reason. But wow, that is wild.
I rolled 2, but you only see 1. I'll do another.
So did the order end up being the order everybody rolled? Bowden, Edrin, Yastin, and then Bront?
That works for me. How about you guys?
Yeah, that seems fine to me also.
Sure.
I'm good with that.
So kind of a similar occurrence ends up happening. As far as Bowden, you have a pretty uneventful watch. There's still a few people here and there. It's probably closer to 45 minutes or an hour between actual traffic, but it still seems to be people who seem just beaten down and kind of defeated. It's not necessarily that you feel a threat from people because they're desperate, but it's still that same idea that there's like a little bit of traffic. There's not much going on along these roads at this point, but there is like a constant flow of people who are desperate enough to still be traveling through the night. You haven't really seen any traffic going south along the road. You don't really feel too much going on, but through your watch, you just kind of stop necessarily paying a full attention to things and take a little bit more time for your prayers, and sort of like praying for those who are on the road, taking the time to actually enjoy a bit of tea. But you have an uneventful watch where you eventually go about the process of waking up Edrin, and taking the time to kind of like transfer what you would have noticed, which is that there are still a rare but few people along the road. Into your watch, Edrin, as you sort of start to take to, it's still a The moon is still pretty well full overhead. It doesn't really seem to be overcast or anything, so it's a brighter night. So beside the sunlight, you're able to kind of keep yourself like listening for the noise about while you kind of pore over your books and take some time for yourself. Traveling isn't really conducive to actually reading, so you find yourself in that state where you're just like, it's nice to be able to sit back and open up a book here. But while you are probably midway or so through your watch, probably about 20 or so minutes since the last people seem to have walked by, you do start to hear draconic whispers. I think they're sleeping again. Should we get closer? You go. I'll move north. I think he's asleep. Let's go now. What would you like to do?
I'll try to sneakily wake up Braun.
Roll a sleight of hand. Wait, stop. Roll a d20 and then Bront, roll a perception. And you would have heard the wait, stop. Yeah, Bront's going to wake up regardless of what you roll for a d20. So what do you say to Bront as you hear, again in Draconic, wait, stop?
Wait, excuse me, what did you say?
What do you say to Bront as you wake him up? And as you go to wake him up, you would hear again in Draconic, wait, stop.
I'll tell Braun, I heard some voices I know it's in Draconic, right?
Yeah, you would recognize it. You're essentially still translating in your head, but you understand what they are saying.
Then I just tell Braun, I heard some voices speaking in Draconic. Can I pinpoint from where I hear them?
It's coming from off in the east, but you don't really have a sight of where they are in particular.
Okay, I just point in the general direction then.
Brown says, "Of course you did." And what is draconic exactly?
Draconic is, well, basically it's the language of dragons.
So you heard a dragon over there.
No, probably not a dragon. There are other creatures who speak it too.
Well, Bront sort of pulls himself up and finds his bow and has a listen.
Both of you roll a perception for me. So both of you would hear this. Bront, this would be almost the same clatter that you heard from the evening before. Edrin, again, this would be Draconic. As you hear, they're waking again. We have to go. There's too many of them. We can't do this. And it just seems to be 3 different creatures, probably about 20 to 30 feet out from your camp, not really in view. Bront, you're aware enough that they never actually showed enough of a sign other than moving the grass when you had last seen them. But there appears to be 3 different voices having some sort of concurring argument about they've already failed, that they've woken you all and they have to go.
Adrian, what are they saying?
They're saying that they're gonna go away again because we woke up.
Can you say something to them?
Well, I can try. I think I can speak Draconic, right? Not just read it.
Yeah, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, Draconic's one of your languages. You can speak to them.
I mean, I'd like to tell them to go fuck off so I can sleep.
I'll yell, "Go fuck off! We're trying to sleep."
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Roll perception checks, both of you again. As you just kind of stand there, trying to keep silent and staying aware, you don't really hear anything else again. It seems perhaps they've already left. Perhaps they've just held in place. It's hard to really tell, but you don't really get a sense of what, where, or how they might have gone about their business. But at present, you all have at least avoided whatever might have been coming about. Bront, after about half hour or so, you can go back to sleep. No detriment to you. Edrin, you can kind of go about your watch, and we will more or less fast forward through the rest of this watch. Everything is uneventful through the evening. We'll take a quick little break here, probably come back in 10 or 15 minutes, just as everybody gets back, and we'll be waking up for morning. But that was the one random encounter that I did roll for those 8 hours.
Thanks.
See y'all in a few minutes.
Yeah, see you soon.
My bad, did you yell for me at some point there? I was just saying, my bad, did you yell for me at some point there? Oh, hell yeah. 'cause I feel fucking beat up, yeah. Sitting in this chair for 8 months has sucked.
And finally, new rule: if authorities in New York are going to continue their crackdown on Times Square psychics, an industry that sucks millions of dollars out of gullible people with the vague promise of a better life, they have to answer one question: how is religion different? All right, don't worry. Don't worry, I'm gonna let you answer that one tonight, because tonight, folks, is not about religion. It's about political religion and about how gullible people can be. Psychics, you know, are not really clairvoyants. They're con artists who know how to read subtle behavioral clues. Like they might correctly guess that you're single or lonely if they go to read your palm and your dick isn't. And although fortune telling is actually protected by the First Amendment, it does raise a moral question, best expressed by a New York detective who was on the case and who asked, is it okay to rob stupid people? Send your answers to Glenn Beck at tellmeyyourpinNumber.com. But you know, what happened in New York is the psychics got so greedy it became impossible to ignore. One psychic took this guy for over $700,000 by telling him that she could deliver to him the woman he loved, even though that woman did not love him. Why didn't she love him? Because of evil spirits. The kind psychics know how to get rid of. Oh, and also one other thing. At one point, she died. But not a problem, said the psychic, who told the guy he could still be with her, she just needed a different body. At this point, the guy went to the police and said he was suspicious. But he kept giving the psychic more money. This is what experts call the sunk cost fallacy, which means the more you sink money into something, the more you have to believe it, even in spite of new evidence that, you know, she's dead, Jim. Even after the psychic was proven completely wrong, the sucker still had faith in her. Which brings me to the Republican Party. I knew that stuff. Now, I'm not saying that Republicans are like psychics, because psychics are right sometimes. Whereas trickle-down economics has never been right. And yet Republican voters keep buying into it, even though that girlfriend has been dead since the 80s. And speaking of dead since the 80s, you may have noticed that Dick Cheney was back in the news last week. Dick Cheney was back in the news. That's why you saw the sky turn gray and all those crows gathering on the jungle gym. Yes, Dick was also making predictions about Obama's Iran deal. Even though about Iraq, he had said there is no doubt Saddam has weapons of mass destruction, and we will be greeted as liberators. You have to give it to Republicans. They have big balls. They're just not crystal balls. At some point, Meet the Press would say, let's stop booking Dick Cheney and get someone more credible, like a bag of fortune cookies. Is invading Iraq a good idea? Better to press shirt than to press luck. There, I just saved us $4 trillion. I mean, it goes on and on. During the last election, Mitt Romney said, if President Obama is reelected, you will not be able to get a job. But unemployment is now lower than it ever was under Reagan. It's Romney who can't get a job. Mitt also said If we bailed out the car companies, you can kiss the American automotive industry goodbye. But we did bail them out, and it's doing better than ever. Donald Trump said Obamacare would be a job killer, but it didn't kill jobs. It didn't result in death panels. It didn't bankrupt the states. It didn't bankrupt the nation. It didn't bankrupt Medicare. It didn't bankrupt the insurance industry. Here's what actually happened. The insurance companies got richer, some black kids got inhalers, and John Boehner had to pay more taxes on his tan. Or how about Newt Gingrich in 2012 saying if you want $10 a gallon gasoline, Barack Obama should be your candidate? Or the NRA president saying a re-elected Obama would erase the Second Amendment from the Bill of Rights? Or Rick Santorum warning that if gay marriage became the law of the land, our country will fall. You know, for a party that's so anti-gay, they sure pull a lot of stuff out of their ass. Speaking of Bernie Sanders, he's the one that makes their heads explode when he talks. And for proof of that, I want to show you Donald Trump. I mentioned this in the monologue, talking about Bernie the next day.
Because this maniac that was standing on her right is giving everything away, so she's following. That's what's happening. This socialist slash communist, he's going to tax you people at 90%. He's going to take everything. I said 80%.
Okay, so this is my point. That what happens is Bernie says something, they hear something completely different. So what we did is we put together a little video package for you. You'll hear what Bernie actually said, and then you will hear what the Republicans heard. Now, for example, on the use of force, Bernie said,
I supported President Clinton's effort to deal with ethnic cleansing in Kosovo.
And the Republicans heard,
I will refocus our military on gardening and interpretive dance. We must aspire to the fighting style of the Iraqi army. Tear off your uniforms and run.
on American exceptionalism, Bernie said,
and I think we should look to countries like Denmark, like Sweden, and Norway, and learn from what they have accomplished.
And they heard,
I will not rest until every single American is driving a faggy little car with 3 tires. You will watch soccer and you will like it.
Too bad.
This is what Bernie actually said on guns.
Let's begin, Anderson, by understanding that Bernie Sanders has a D- voting record from the NRA.
And this is what they heard.
Let's begin, Anderson, by understanding that rifles are for men with small penises. Every single gun in this country should be confiscated and melted down to make Tony Awards.
Hey, they're not hearing it. They're just not hearing it. On the military, Bernie said,
when I was a young man, I strongly opposed the war in Vietnam.
And this is what the Republicans heard.
I would have loved to fight in Vietnam, but for the other side. Not only do I hate our troops, but sometimes I lock John McCain in his office, do a Vietnamese accent, and laugh.
And finally, on the war on drugs, Bernie said,
I think we have to think through this war on drugs, which has done an enormous amount of damage.
And the Republicans heard,
I majored in Sharia law at the University of Havana. And I know this. It is a moral catastrophe that we are the only major country in the world that doesn't sell marijuana to children. Black lives not only matter, they are all that matters. Die, whitey, die.
Whoa, don't go martyring yourself yet. Is Bront back right now, Wood? Word. I think that's everybody back then. So, Edrin would have woken up, I think he would have woken up Justin. So at this point, when you all wake up for the morning time, Justin, Edrin, and Bront would be the ones who are aware that you had another encounter with this group. But you all can basically start your breakfast and start the day on the trail, but you can have discussions like that in character if you'd like. Make an intelligence check for me. Bront, Edrin, Bowden. You can rest pretty assured that you have recently encountered kobolds. They're tiny. They are tiny little creatures. They are essentially humanoid dragons of sorts. Not often much taller than 2 to 3 feet tall. Usually probably about 50 to 60 pounds. They very much resemble the dragons, who often are almost like patrons, almost like deities to them, but they are small, light-fearing dragons. When you bring up the kobolds in front of Gundren, he'd kind of smirk a little bit to you all. The kobolds, yes, there's many kobolds in these areas here. You can't be too careful to keep them away, but they're not often a threat when a group is actually well armed enough. They're not much for a head-to-head battle themselves. Well, your environment ends up changing across this day of travel. So, as you all would basically be taking breakfast, this would be the first time that you really watch the sun rise over the Sword Mountains. They're just still south of you, but they're far more to your east. You've already passed beyond the Neverwinter Wood and the slowly creeping hills that surround the Sword Mountains are becoming much more of the actual terrain that you all are on, and it would be about your midday that you actually get closer and closer to where Gundren kind of is watching for where the road will actually start taking off to the east, and you'll head towards the Sword Mountains. So it's not long into the actual day before your terrain is very much different. You are starting to now weave in between the actual peaks of hills, slowly creeping more and more to the actual height of mountains. Rather than being on a plain, you are much more looking down and into a floodplain to the north of you now. Things to the east of you tend to creep up into the hills. Things to the south of you often go up into actual mountains, much past the afternoon of that day. So as you all do approach the mid-afternoon, midday, having again taken not necessarily a long break, but taking a break for the horse so the horse can take a little bit of rest in the midday, and you all are not actually out and about for the high sun. You can certainly take a little bit more time to yourselves to actually try to find a defensible position, and it's a much better area to do such things, having transferred basically outside of a grasslands and an open road into a far less traveled. It's definitely not as quick of travel. You are now in actual it's still a road by many sorts of the words. You can tell pretty quickly that the Tribor is perhaps an ancient road that's been left to better times, but travel is still accessible on the road. It's certainly not as good as the high road, which is clearly well kept for what it is, but you all are able to take a little bit more time for the evening to make sure to have a defensible position to yourselves. Across the actual conversation of the day, as you all plot the idea of perhaps leaving some things to offer to the kobolds, Gundren would offer the suggestion that perhaps if you're going to leave them an offering or some sort of treat, that it would be worth actually leaving something for them, written in kobold, that tells them that you are not looking for trouble, but that you will offer resistance if they come into your camp, or something along those lines. That it is worth, if Idrin is able to recognize the dialect, it is worth actually playing off of the intelligence and doing something about it on that level. So I assume that the wizard has ink, pen, as well as paper. Gundren doesn't necessarily seem to give you the impression that he thinks it's a good idea to offer things to creatures, but it is certainly a way to gain favor with things. But you can kind of tell that he's far less of a giving creature than perhaps you are. that perhaps he's a bit of a curmudgeon as far as it comes to the lesser beings, and that's why he's saying it's not necessarily a good idea. It looks like nobody has survival. So if two of you would like to just do a straight wisdom check for me. Actually, let me see. Does anybody have nature? Does it have to be investigation, though, for Hermit? Oh, you might have altered it after I opened your character, maybe? No, you're good. Yep, it's like once I reloaded your character, it's on there. That's part of what I don't know if I really covered it in session 0, but part of why I like D&D Beyond is that I can save PDFs of characters. It doesn't always mean that I have an updated version of your character, but I am looking at your character during the games, and that's kind of one of the things that plays off of it. So, yep, that is sufficient. So, Bowden, you can do a survival check while you all are looking to find a place to camp. You can more or less have 2 of these into the evening. Yep. So you all are able to essentially find essentially as defensible of a spot as you like. You can take a few moments to kind of plan what you would like, but you are essentially in, at this point again, it's like the foothills of a mountainous region. Things are more or less rolling hills of a ancient mountain range, something that would be far more similar to like the Appalachians than it is to something like the Rockies. But it is essentially like the low rolling hills, the outskirts of the actual like open face rocks. Things are still covered in grass, but very clearly on the crest of tectonic plates below, where there's clear areas where you guys can find like a rocky outcropping to camp inside of rocks if you'd like, almost like a Stonehenge bit of an area. And then you can kind of set up whatever you would like with this little offering. You can leave a little note with it from Eden and go about your evening as such. Well, you all are welcome to everybody stay awake and take a level of exhaustion and just not sleep through the evening that everybody is waiting and watching. Or you all are able to set it up where it's perfectly visible for the person who is watching. Or you can set it up where it is clearly visible to anybody who might approach your camp, but perhaps not as visible to somebody who would be on watch in the camp. So that's again up to you guys. Like, you don't have to camp in the spot that I just described. You can kind of pick and choose what you might want, but you are in like a more of a rocky terrain. So this is one of those things where the more descriptive you all are in what you want to do in setting up this encounter, the more it plays into me like drawing up the encounter in that light. What would you like to write down, Adrian? Yeah, Draconic is an ancient language. It's not necessarily something that is eloquent or terribly poetic. It is something far more to the point than anything else. So it's not really going to be something where you have a question of like how much verbiage to use, so much as leaving an actual short message. But yeah, short and to the point is essentially where you would be at with it. And you could know pretty assuredly that kobolds are also not terribly intelligent creatures so much as they are creatures with intelligence. What do you have in mind? Well, more, do you want to actually like say what you are saying, or you're just going to continue to describe that and leave it to me? The kobolds are cowardly creatures. You can always make friends with cowards while you offer them. But you might find yourself quickly giving. And often those who give first give twice. You can't go about the mountains for long without seeing some kobolds here and there. They don't much like the light, though, so it is perhaps better if you move that stone closer to the edge of the fire's light. Give yourself the glaze of their eyes in the light, rather than trying to see the faux kobold itself. They may not take the bait otherwise. The problem with seeing a kobold is that usually if they're willing to make themselves known, there's more of them than there are of you. And when there's more kobolds than there are of us, things could get sharp quickly. So if everyone is sufficiently happy with the preparations at this point, everything's set aside in effort to placate the kobolds. What would you like to do for a watch order on this third evening of your trip into Phantom? If anybody is a native English speaker and they've ever tried to learn Russian, it is one of those things where Draconic has sounds that your voice does not want to make. Your ear hears him speak and it's almost like he's got like vomit starting to like come from his guttural as he's trying to make these sounds that just sound foul to you. It sounds just like a cacophony of his voice box. It is not the type of thing where you all can learn anything of any effect inside of a short evening. So everybody can do perception checks for me. You can go about your watches, do 2 more perceptions, and then we will see. Oops. My least favorite thing about using online rollers is how terrible the probabilities look when shit goes outside of the actual, like, assumed math of probabilities. So, let's see. The evening starts off simple enough. Bront, you make a nice dinner for yourself. You all know that you're getting close to Phandalin. You're perhaps not as careful with your rations as you might need to be. Making a little bit nicer bit of a meal for everybody. And without too much confidence in the actual plan or idea at hand, you kind of get yourself a little bit overly fed to the point where you don't really spend too much time staying actually conscious for the watch. As you notice everybody nod off into the evening, you more or less relax a little bit too thoroughly for yourself, relax a little bit too much, and you start to find yourself dozing into the evening. But after a few hours pass, you kind of wake up feeling a good bit less full, a little bit of the chill of the evening about, and you figure it's probably about time that I could wake Justin and be done with any worry myself of whether we need to be watched. And as you go about things, you notice that it appears everything's still sitting on the rock. Nothing's actually changed. You wake Justin, make the effort to kind of describe everything to him as if you were awake and that nothing really happened through the evening. Justin, as you go about your evening's watch, you two keep an eye on everything. Doesn't really seem that there's much of anything going about through the evening. There's a few times where you kind of like hear the sounds of what might be something creeping about, but for the actual sounds of the nature about, you kind of seem to be coming upon a little bit more birds in this area as you're starting to climb out of the grasslands into like actual mountainous regions. There's a little bit more trees. There seems to be things like owls about. Nothing ever really goes silent in the same way as things that don't belong in nature when they start to creep about. So you rest pretty assuredly that anything that you might have thought might be coming near the camp, or random eyes that you might have noticed about the camp, you rest pretty assured that they're probably just random things that are natural to the area and are just investigating you all more as things that aren't meant to be here than something that's actually meaning any sort of malcontent towards you. And through your watch, you end up going towards Idrin. Kind of describe the same to him to keep a little bit more wary, as you have noticed wildlife and signs of different things about, that it's not the same simple evenings as those on the grasslands. But you are able to wake Idrin. You get yourself up and about, kind of get yourself stretched, make yourself, what you might care for, like stoke the fire, keeping yourself nice and lively through your watch. You kind of like find yourself like reading through the book, but far more than anything going through your spell book, you're like trying to pretend as if you are, and just listening for those guttural sounds of Draconic that might be on the air, just kind of waiting for any signs of things about the camp. And there's certainly different wild things that seem to be about. You don't gain any sign, perhaps, of this or that. Nothing in particular seems to strike you of the kobolds that you would have recognized from the previous evenings. Nothing seems to be creeping up. There doesn't seem to be any silence going about the crickets in the air. And as you near the end of your actual watch, and you take the time to start to shake Bowden, as you're kind of like switching the watch with him, the two of you would kind of notice about the same moment as all of a sudden the things from the rocks go missing. So that's satisfactory. You will be going to sleep as Bowden takes over his watch and prepares to keep watch through the evening there. Adrian is just going off to sleep. So as you kind of say goodnight to him, it probably, like, your change of the watch is probably roughly about the same amount of time as it takes you to actually don your armor. And with simple enough procedure, you're able to, like, throw some tea on the actual fire, stoke it a little bit to make sure that there's plenty of heat, as this is one of the chillier evenings. This is really the first time that as you're climbing up into the mountains, you're starting to feel that chill that goes with the mountains. There's a combination at this point of both the sea breeze coming off the coast to the west, as well as the rise in the mountains and the break over the mountains, that there's a pretty constant and steady breeze in this area. And you're able to don your armor, throw some water in the pot and put it on the fire, and about the time that it starts to whistle, you actually hear a like respondent whistle coming from around the same area of the actual stone. There doesn't appear to be anything to be seen as you twist towards the stone, but there was basically like some sort of mimicry kind of happening at that point. What level of, like, volume would you say praise Ilmater, my bad. So roll a d12 for me. And same idea, when I'm just asking for a die roll, you have to be in roll 20, and towards the bottom on that left side there's a little, excellent. So for some reason it's not wanting to give me that. Let me do this. You hear out of the darkness, in common, in response to you, "Who's Ilmater?" "What color is Ilmater?" And there's almost like a croak to the voice. It's not like smooth common. It's definitely broken, and it's very guttural in the same way as when Idrin was trying to teach you a little bit of Draconic. You can kind of gather that this is the opposite end of the effect, where something trying to speak from this other perspective of a language it's just absolutely alien to this creature to try to speak to you. Can I think of the last color of dragon? Green, black, red, white. Ilmater is red. Red is fire. Yes, we like dragons. We like red dragons. And you will see a small creature with red scales as it kind of approaches forward, just outside of the light as it kind of steps forward, and you'll see that this creature has red scales. See as its head kind of like creaks to the side. You worship non-dragon? You worship dragon. Dragon worship. And it like fakes the like symbol of like blowing fire, like as it kind of like opens its mouth and like sprays fire from its mouth, but nothing actually happens. It's just exhaling. You'll see like as it like tilts its head to the opposite side and kind of approaches forward, and you'll see as like a deep red glow starts to grow from its hand, and it's going to heal the wound in your hand. Yes, we are dragon. Dragon. And it like reaches up to the sky, and then it kind of like it like puts its hands together, and then you'll see as it kind of like puts like the backside of each of its hands as they like spin from like palm to palm above its head, like reaching at full height to the back of its hands as it like touching each other as it crosses its face. And then it kind of like has, it's hard for me to like explain it because I'm trying to do it with my hands and I'm holding push to talk. Like the back of its fingers like are touching as it gets towards its like navel, as it's like stretching down across its body. And then it like has its hands like come through like the trunk of its body, like down between its legs. Dragons create kobolds. We are dragons. We are very low. We are beneath Rock God. And it like reaches its hand out towards like the southeast and what you would already know is like the height of the Sword Mountains. At this point, you've only seen him kind of like reference towards the mountains themselves as he says like rock god like that. But he kind of like, yeah. But he kind of is like shaking his head like side to side as he kind of looks at you and, rock god, big people who come into the Kobold lands. They bring evil, destruction, not dragon, but evil god. And he's still kind of like reaching out his right hand towards the Sword Mountains and the heights that kind of like stand as like crags above you all. Not like actual rolling hills, but like sharp, fresh, newly produced mountains that are kind of the spine of the actual Sword Mountains. Big ones, like you. And he kind of like draws a hand across his face. And he's got like a very dog-like face, very typical kind of like what we understand as dragons, perhaps almost like a Chinese view of a dragon sort of face, where he has like a big maw that kind of sticks out of his face. His eyes are very predator-like in how they are set with like a telescopic view still, like he can see both ahead of him as well as to the sides. And he kind of like draws his hand across his face, and he's kind of saying like, big people wear dragon face. They hurt kobolds. They have little green ones. Be safe. Little green ones venture. And he kind of like stops to think, and he kind of points towards your campfire. He kind of like looks over, tilting his head side to side. Green ones come, and he like circles his finger in the air, again kind of pointing towards the fire. Green ones come for big masked ones to sleeping to your homes. Kobolds, we thank you. We come for food. And he kind of like is doing like a motion of just throwing food into his mouth, essentially like appreciating what you've done, and you kind of get an impression that on some level this is perhaps not a leader of the kobolds, but having already seen a little bit of magic from him, he's certainly not somebody who is completely without respect from his kind. And after a few moments, he kind of just like sits down, and he takes another moment to kind of like draw little squares into the dirt, like in between his knees, as he sits like lotus style. And he kind of like draws squares, and he kind of like again like says, masked ones bring the green ones to sleeping. Big ones not safe here. green ones come through our home, and they find yours. Masked ones bring them all. Masked ones, like dragons, not kobolds. Kind of looking at you side to side. You see as he kind of looks towards the west, or wait, damn it, towards the east. And you can see like it's already approaching perhaps the first signs of sunrise. And it's nearing the end of the evening. He doesn't seem comfortable with the idea of what he's heard. Perhaps he doesn't understand it. He seems perplexed still. But he doesn't seem comfortable about these things. He's looking between your like sleeping companions, the sunrise, and to you. He says something that sounds just very guttural. It doesn't really seem to like click as something. Again, this sounds very much like how Adrian was speaking to you, that it doesn't really click across like the languages. And he just says he kind of like makes the sound of like a squeaking as he's just like squeak. So at some point it kind of comes across that he's almost saying like squeak to you. But essentially his name doesn't really translate. So he has like almost like a guttural sound that he passes off. Kind of like looks off, like he like steps back a little bit, like 3 steps back as you like draw your dagger, though it's still like in a sheath, I assume. But he kind of like steps back at the sight of a dagger, and you sort of see as like one of his hands goes behind his back, and then he sort of like looks back at you like as you're presenting it with a bandage. And he like mimics the bow, but like that's kind of all his voice seems to be able to mimic to you. And then after a few moments, you see as he like draws out like a black dagger of sorts, like from behind. Like you'll notice he has like a little like almost red leather belt that seems to be scaled in a very similar fashion as his body itself. But he kind of pulls like a black dagger that shines with a few different gems inside of it. And when he takes your dagger, he places his dagger into your hands. And he'll kind of like bow towards you. And then like as he's still like bowing, he like steps back and just kind of like disappears into the last bit of darkness. And within a few moments, like it's just kind of silence about the area. but you more or less don't really get necessarily a feeling other than, for what it's worth, you've just made a friend with the kobolds of the area. And for what it's worth, you can, if you delete that dagger, you can write down a, I don't know how familiar you are with D&D Beyond, but if you go into equipment and then manage, actually go to the pane so I can say it right. Top right, if you click on the manage equipment, it's a little red button. You can then scroll down to the bottom and create a custom item. It'll just give you like a blank item at the bottom of your inventory. You can click edit. It'll like draw out something from the right. You can click edit up at the top to change the name of it. Just write down gem studded obsidian dagger. And then if you want to note that that is from the red kobold squee, that is fine. But otherwise, you have a pretty uneventful evening. You are able to share with everyone as like breakfast time kind of starts to wake everybody up. You can kind of share, like, depending on how much. So one of the things about when I am telling something to one person and I'm not pulling you into a private chat channel to tell you, it is assumed, unless you want to hide information, you can basically say, I'm sharing that information and it covers what people would hear anyways. If you want to specifically choose this and that, you can say what you would like to, like, I shared this information, and anything that you would basically omit there would be things that people would have meta knowledge of, but not necessarily knowledge of. So there's a lot of different ways about how you can share information. But as you wake everybody up, you can go about that process of sharing the information and transferring what essentially comes to. You now know that there are red dragon kobolds in this area. You appear to have found a area of discourse that puts you on a friendly standing with them. He has warned you about masked humans who seem to be moving with what I think anybody could make off as goblins. And the goblins have already assaulted the kobolds in the process of coming from where they've come to make it into this area. Looking over the dagger, probably the biggest thing that you would notice is that it doesn't seem to have any worked metal about it. That this dagger is in many ways like pure obsidian, like set with stones inside of it. Make a investigation check for me. From what you can tell, it would appear that this dagger has a ruby inside of the hilt, and that it's almost as if the actual like volcanic rock that this was brought from was melted with the stones already in place, and then the blade is very asymmetrical, but it is that you can tell this blade was probably cast by, if not something with a great command of fire, something that is well versed in using great amounts of heat. And it like is a singular process of this blade is perhaps not necessarily meant for war so much as somebody who holds like a high ceremonial position. But that's probably like the things that you would get from it. It has like a larger ruby that's actually set into the like base of the hilt, like the pommel of the hilt. And then you would see a few different gems kind of studded across it, but none more than almost little shards. Nothing even sizable in comparison to the ruby that forms the hilt of it. It would sit somewhat small in everyone's hand in comparison to a kobold's hand. But it still fits into that same idea of it's a dagger. But for most of you, it would almost be, size-wise, almost like a table knife. Gundren seems off-put at first with the very idea that Bowden had a conversation with a Killbold through the evening. You almost get like a soured feel from him when you all are looking over the knife, as you kind of like glance across the gems and like look over this obsidian knife. He seems to like go about his morning as if nothing has happened. And kind of just like starts packing things up and preparing to like get the wagon back on the way. And then like little bits here and there as you all start to like progress through the day, he kind of seems to drop hints here and there, perhaps. Everybody rightly fears the dragons, and the deeper into the mountains, the more will be in their lands. But you can't believe everything you hear about them dragons. Many people be using them for fear to get their ends, And many people will be using them to make themselves look better. If we get started quick enough, we should be there. Perhaps we'll have to rest before we get to the town itself, but we should be there before evening with no problems at all. We'll have to see how things go on the road. If the Red Ones be speaking the truth, there's surely grounds to be worried about the goblins in this area. They were perhaps more what I was fearing at the start than I would have thought kobolds be the problem on this journey. So, as you all join back up to the idea of heading off for the morning, you have a simple enough morning about you. Gundren prepares the cart and seems to head off with haste, not necessarily waiting for you all. Again, he seems put off by the idea of speaking with kobolds. But without much of an effort, you guys are able to start your journey along the road. Things again seem to be getting steeper and steeper as you progress on, as you are heading up higher and higher into what goes from foothills of the mountains to perhaps like the start of actual hills and mountains themselves. But still, by and large, you're inside of actual mountainous or foothills of the Sword Mountains. The mountains themselves seem to be a far steeper and craggy thing than what you are perceiving in what you are in now, but you are still in that point where you are almost doing switchbacks as you start to head up further and further, getting higher and higher above the plains that seem to come across like north of the Sword Mountains into Neverwinter Wood and along the King's Road heading out of Neverwinter. Having a warning from the from the kobolds about goblins, do you all progress in a different manner? Do you want to just head forward as you are? What sort of thoughts does the group have at this point? So moving forward at a stealthy rate, you will be moving at essentially like half the speed of the cart itself. If you all slow to that pace, you're pretty sure that you will not make Phandalin by the evening, but you will be in essentially like the outskirts at the last part of the road. but you also have had forewarning that you are entering a more dangerous area. From what you can kind of gather from Gundren's perspective of things, he seems to have had the same, like, soured attitude this entire time. Doesn't seem to be anything that necessarily changes on the idea of being safer. But probably the best that you would get from him is essentially him just kind of responding at some point, "You all are my security. I can't give you grief for making the right decision yourselves, and I've trusted you this far, and I'll trust you that far." So if I can, we'll have Sir Justin rolling stealth checks for me, and we'll see how stealthily the party is able to progress forward. Let's do 4 for the first 4 hours of travel here. So 3 more. So you all kind of set up a vague like source of kind of like animal calls that you're able to like pass along, like with owl hoots, the location of Yeston as you kind of move forward, and it's enough where the party is able to stay well behind him but not actually lose track of him. The first hour progresses pretty simply. You continue to climb further and further up. Signs kind of seem like you guys are just on a normal little area. There doesn't appear to be anything necessarily suspicious. The road seems far less traveled than what you were on the high road, but I believe this would be like the second day that you've spent on the Tribor here. And it seems like there's still plenty of signs of traffic. You still see signs of wagon wheels having like cut little areas through the actual path itself. Everything seems simple enough. You're able to keep an eye on the actual locations around you. Let me also have you do 4 perception checks to go along with those 4 stealths, Jessen. So as you kind of progress through the mountains, like, things seem simple enough. It seems normal and natural enough in the area. As you start to near into like early, or I guess late morning, maybe 10:30 or 11 o'clock, you kind of hold yourself back for a moment as you notice that there's a rise to the north of you, and there's a tight bunching of trees to the south and kind of east as the trail is approaching, like in this northeasterly motion. You're at a point where there's a stream that's coming out of the mountains that kind of like curves closer to the road than it has before, and you just kind of get like an ill feeling in the back of your mind as you're looking over the land ahead of you, and you just see different areas of this spot that are very ideal for coming about on an ambush on somebody who might be coming through this area. That you are closed in on the south and the east, and there's a rise to the north and the west of the trail. That there's not much place for anybody to divert when something ill might come about. And you are able to stop everybody, kind of show them the area ahead of you, and just kind of like take a moment to actually gather yourselves under the idea that this in particular seems to be a bad place to be at present. Do you want to progress forward with everyone in that same situation? Yes, and probably about 50, 60 feet ahead of the cart, and Bowden about 20, 30 feet behind. Alright, so I have a full gambit of his stealth checks already. I will need you to make stealth checks for me as well, and I believe yours are at disadvantage. If you have it set, it should roll both, although that was a single roll there. So you can, if you click that little red die in the top right corner, the one that like sinks beyond 20, you should be able to go to that, and I believe you can select always roll with advantage, and that will roll twice. Under, like, it says whisper and then type of roll, you should be able to select the type of roll as always roll twice, or you can just select for this one roll with disadvantage and then go back to normal roll if you'd like. Yeah, that works too. Otherwise, once you like get a little more used to it, like with Beyond 20, once it's installed, there's just a little red B in the top right of your actual screen that should cover that. Let me have a stealth roll from you as well, Bront. Second perception. So as you move further in between these two different areas of the rise to the north and west of you, to your left, and then you see like a collection of trees. You're a little bit further off from the stream than you were before. There's tightening of trees up to the north of you, and you notice signs that seem to be off-putting to you. The first little evidence that it's almost as if some freshly cut limbs have been it looks like a wind-blown tree is across the actual path, but it doesn't quite seem right, because as you look around, the prevailing wind doesn't come in that direction. There doesn't seem to be any other signs of like heavy winds having come through here recently. But you get a pretty good idea that at this point, it's probably not wise to continue along this path here. So you can either divert a little bit to the south and continue east in like a northeasterly direction, or you can kind of divert to the north and continue to the northeast in a more northerly direction. What would you like to kind of like take a moment to go back to the party and let them know? So this will be everyone's first view of this little area here. These little clicks are like along the north rise that you're kind of like approaching into that area. You can see the river to the southeast of you, and then up in the north, I'll actually circle the area that you kind of see like the windswept tree. There appears to be an area in the north where it just seems off how this tree is like windswept across the trail itself. Oh, my bad. I should have lit it up for daylight. Do you see the circle now? Yeah, it's still probably like shredded through the actual trees, but it's basically, this is as Yeston is kind of like pointing out the area between, again, there's like the rise to the northeast. There's like a collection of trees to the southeast, and then the actual stream that you guys can like see along your southeast here. Yep, this is using dynamic lighting, so it's set up with, you guys have a daylight view of this area, and the trees are blocking your view from what you can perceive. But you should see like an almost pear-shaped circle. There's certainly parts of it that are covered by the actual light of the trees, but the circle around the actual trail is where Jessen is kind of pointing out like, something seems off about how this tree is downed in that area. Roll a wisdom check for me, Essen. Or if you have nature proficiency, you can do a nature, my bad. You could gain perhaps more cover by going through the north, as you could get behind the rise and divert around that area, or you could perhaps have a better chance at staying quiet going to the south beneath the sound of the river. Which mechanically is me saying that you'll have less likeliness of being spotted by going to either direction. One would be audible and the other one would be like visual. But they're very similar situations and how it would kind of play out. But that's what you could kind of see. For what it's worth, as far as the metallic armor goes, the disadvantage on his stealth is certainly more audible than anything else at that point. So if you guys go to the south, you could get like a straight roll from Bowden. I believe you're the only one with metallic armor. Or rather with a heavy armor that has disadvantage. Yeah. Well, if y'all are worried about us being ambushed, I'd rather not pull forward until you can give me an all clear in this area. Perhaps, though, it would be best once it's clear for me to go through the north, but I don't believe leaving the track is necessarily wise for me horse. So, two of you are splitting off. One's going north into the east, and one's going north into the west. Alright, you two can roll initiative, and we will start moving you two inside of initiative so we can kind of keep things timed and see how things are playing off. Things will now be inside of like 6-second intervals. So if you select your token and then go to D&D Beyond and click the initiative button, it's right next to your armor counter, kind of central inside of your character sheet, central top. So, Bront, where would you like to move? You can move your full movement, which is likely 30 feet at this point, 6 spaces. Yep. Yep. And I assume you are attempting to move stealthily? Roll a stealth check for me. And then, yes, then what would you like to do? What would you like to do, Yesin? So you two can roll a stealth check for me. By and large, you will have to do all of that yourself. I don't really pay that much attention. Yep, 6 squares inside of Gygaxian geometry. There's not really a difference between moving like northeast to a square and moving east 1 square. It's all still 5 feet to any touching square. So it makes sometimes very interesting measuring points. But if anybody ever wants to select the actual measuring tool on the side, it's about halfway down your different options. You can measure from a point and then right click and measure from the next point to show like looking at what you're trying to do for a full movement. So you can do a lot of different options with that right click to show yourself like where you can possibly move. It's not as important when you're outside in the middle of an open area, but it gives you a lot more ability to figure out like when you're delving through a dungeon as you're looking to like move around different areas. I personally like to do no snapping, which is why I get all of the actual percentages there, but snap to center is probably the best when you're trying to move your actual character, because that'll give you just the solid 5 feet options. So like if you wanted to move and do like a dash, that would be like a dashable action there. So, perception and stealth. And then back to Bront for your act. So you can do a stealth and a perception check. And then Yastin. You can do the same with stealth and perception. Back over to Bront as you're moving. Can roll both of those again. That's going to be the one. And then, yes. Yeah, you've got normal speed at this point. So you can do those same two again. Bront is wood. So as you move forward, you're going to hear a very kind of horrendous, like squeaky voice that seems to be calling out, "He's crossed the path, prepare yourselves." And then it will go to Bront. The two of you are far enough away from each other that you are currently not talking. You are trying to be stealthy. And then it'll go to Yesin. Nope, not necessarily. I muted everybody, so if you heard me speaking, you were meant to hear it. Can do the same as stealth and perception. Perception. Stealth. As you two move forward, it's at this point that you gain the first sight of what you see as green skin kind of flowing from behind the trees in front of you. And at the point where you expected this trap to be laid, Yastin, you are able to spot a single goblin almost directly north of you, about 40 feet. And Bront, at about the same moment, you would notice a goblin, again, almost perfectly north of you behind a tree, about the same spot, about like 30 or 40 feet away. What would you like to do when he yells out ambush? In about the same amount of time that he was spotted by you, he disappeared just as quickly. It was just that was your first sight of a goblin. But you have the cover of the trees that are around you here, so you're welcome to attempt to make cover at that point. Stealth and perception. So, at the moment that you hear Bront call out ambush, 3 arrows are going to fly forth, one of which will be from the goblin that you were tracking directly north of you. So you also can release a shot at the goblin to the north of you, who is behind cover, so he'll have like +4 AC, and then you can make a shot on him, and 3 goblins are going to be shooting at Bront. So let's see. 2 of the goblins, the first 2 shots will just be your normal AC on Bront. I believe a 17 will hit. And then this next one will be +5 AC. So that should miss. Yep, you should just have to click to equip both the bow and your arrows. Your arrows are why you can't shoot right now. So that's rolling the damage for it. You should have, I believe the actual name will roll the dice. So a 20 will hit. You would still hear the scream from the goblin as he gets hit. It kind of like goes through his shoulder and kind of pierces his arm, like almost into his back, as he's holding the bow aloft, releasing a shaft towards Bront. and he kind of takes a moment and then seems to disappear from sight again. And the other goblins seem to do the same as their arrows come from the north of Bront, and almost in the same moment as they shoot, they seem to disappear again. Both of which would have come from almost directly north of you. Why did those roll damage? Interesting. Why did those not roll damage on the shots at Bront? No. Goblins have the ability to hide as a bonus action. So in the moment that they reveal themselves, they basically immediately hide again. Bront in particular was running. Yastin was actually aiming down on his target, and that's why I believe you would have seen as I showed him on the map. Did you see that, Yastin? You see him right now. You're probably the only one. Well, Bront might be able to see him revealed right there. Bront, it would have done 6 damage to you as the arrow hit. This ends up being one of the toss-ups on what is best to use with this setup. If you record it by selecting your icon, you can change the actual token to show that green number as missing 6 points. So whatever your max is, minus 6. And that will change the aura around your character. As far as your character sheet goes, which is a little more important, you just go up to your current hit points and just drop that by 6. The 2 is best, like doing both of them. For showing everybody, it's best to do the aura. For keeping things across actual days of time, it is best to do your character sheet. So that's where it's kind of iffy both ways. It might also be I have everything locked right now as far as movement goes. Because technically you wouldn't have actually been able to move quite yet there. So let me unlock everything. So that would have been your turn's movement there. And you would be able to yell out, let me get the goblins set up in initiative, and Bowden, it will be up to you next as you hear yelled out from Bront the ambush, and you would see 2 arrows kind of fly past him from the north as they kind of follow along the path that he is currently running back towards you on. Yeah, essentially, yeah, it's going to be your turn here. As you get closer to him, you would notice that at this point Bront is bloodied. He has an arrow that would have pierced from his left side. Like as you move up looking towards him, it's on your right. As you look through, it seems that he was shot from the east and it is pierced through his left. Yeah, that's one of the things about using the APIs where it definitely helps to have. So yeah, you can go back up to full health. It'll heal 6 points for you. That's one of the things where Roll20 certainly has a little bit of advantage. The API actually communicates with the token better. But again, like as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing superior to be able to print your actual character sheet from the digital source. If you select your token right now, it doesn't bring up that little cog. The measuring tool? Yeah. So when you select your token, you can adjust that 12 in the green circle. The other two are essentially permanent until you switch equipment or get a stat. But if you select the green, you can adjust that. But again, you're back up to full health from him healing. He healed you the 6. That will end Bowden's turn, and we will go to Yaston. No, you would have heard him yell out ambush, but you were focused on the sight of the goblin that you gained a view of, but you don't necessarily have anything to aim in on at this point. What do you mean by I'd like to keep an eye out for the goblins re-emerging? Are you more generically trying to watch your surroundings, or are you trying to watch the location of the goblin you've already seen? And then are you moving backward as you kind of like retrace your steps, or are you trying to move back and actually get back to the party? So if you are backing out of the situation, you can basically move as if it's difficult terrain, like moving 3 spaces, or you can then take your dash and move 6 total as you back out, and that will give you the highest likeliness that you can keep an eye on where the goblins may or may not be coming from. Alternatively, if you were trying to do this, it doesn't sound like you're trying to hold your bow ready to actually shoot something again. So I would say that's kind of more likely what you're doing. If you are looking to actually put your eyes back on your party and move, you can move normal. But that will kind of keep you from being able to see the situation ahead when and if the goblins present themselves again. and keep your eyes forward. There's a certain point, like if you're moving directly south, after a moment you're inside of those trees where a lot of things are going to be blocked from your view anyways. So you could potentially back out and then run, but realistically, if you're going to kind of go back for your friends, you might as well take your full movement and actually get out of there. If you are trying to keep an eye on things, you may not even want to move 15 feet away. So it's kind of up to you to kind of make those decisions as you're falling back into cover that kind of blocks your view. Do you know what I mean? How those trees like make a V, that they'll basically be creating cover like east and west of you if you move too much further. If you move like directly west, you could kind of back out almost those same full 30 feet using the dash action, have a little more view, but nothing will be blocking your view either. So I think this is set to show people now. So like, oh man, that was not what I meant to. Yeah, so backing out like that, you could take 30 feet with your dash as an action and still have a view forward, having your eyes towards where you know this threat is coming from. Alright, perfect. And my bad, this will be one of the slowest combats ever because it's purely meant to show you like my version of tactical combat and trying to give you perhaps a little bit more information than I normally will, but present it in a way that you all can gain a little more understanding of how I will often present combat before you. So I rolled incredibly shitty for the goblins, but they are all also in a direct line as they progress here, so two and five. Alright, so this first goblin here is going to take another shot at Bront. This will just be an open shot. 9 should miss. That's essentially, I have it set so mine always rolls with advantage. So if something has advantage or disadvantage, it always rolls with two numbers. So if it were with advantage, that would be a 15. A straight roll is a 9, and then if it's with disadvantage, it's the 9. The second goblin is going to take a shot at Yastin. That should hit. I don't know why this one is not rolling actual damage. It'll do 3 damage to Yastin. And then the third goblin will roll against Brant. And that one should miss as well. So we'll go back to Idran. You would see as he pops out and as he goes to hide, he does not get terribly well hidden either. But yeah, the goblin who is goblin number 3, Yastin should still have sight of. What would you like to do, John? That is correct. Roll a perception check. Do you currently see any goblins north of you? Those are the 2 goblins that you currently see. Yeah, I believe you're well inside of 120 for everyone. Yep, the name Firebolt, if you click that. If you are on the actions, clicking Firebolt should roll it. If you are on your spells, you may actually open up the Firebolt as a little window, and then there's a little red button in the top right that will say something VTT. So Goblin 5, the one in the northeast. .20 will hit him, and as he kind of like explodes in a little burst of fire, You will hear like the screams from him. And it will go to Bront. And Bowden? You can do a free action to make a perception check to try to spot them. You're vaguely aware enough where they are. You should potentially be able to see 2 goblins. Does Bowden have the healer's feet? Alright, so you can do, I believe it is a D8 plus your level? Or plus his hit points number, which is essentially your level. Hit dice. So what would you like to do, Yeston? You two can roll a perception check. Should be able to spot the 2 of them. Then that's the only one you can see. Dynamic lighting works much better in actual dungeons rather than inside of forests, because forests are just a clustercluck. Yep, your movement, you can do movement broken across the entirety of your turn. So you can take a little bit of movement, make your action, and then move further. Essentially, during your actual turn, you can move at the start, in the middle, and at the end of it. Be like +4 AC to take that shot. Yep. That is going to miss. To take a shot at Bowden. I believe a 12 will miss. Another shot at Bowden. 12 will also miss. So I don't believe anybody speaks Goblin, but the last thing that you would hear at that point is a little bit of squeaking from them as they kind of yell to each other. And the 2 arrows will fly, and it will go back to Idran. Damn. Roll a perception. I don't believe you would be able to see any, but if you can currently see it, you can see it. So if you just move, as far as like holding actions goes, when you're a spellcaster, you use an actual spell slot to cast the spell, and then you can hold it to use it as a reaction. If you want to cast a cantrip, you can cast something like Firebolt and hold it and release it as your reaction if you would like to. Alternatively, I didn't actually look at your spells, whether you have shield or not. Shield is a reaction. So it's one of those things that if you wanted to hold a spell, it can be detrimental to your ability to cast shield to protect yourself. But those are kind of two different things. If you were just moving at this point, those are two viable ways to... Yeah, you don't have shield, so you might as well cast Firebolt, and if you see something, you're able to release the Firebolt as your reaction. Or alternatively, you can cast Mage Armor, because you currently don't have Mage Armor activated, and you could go up to 14 AC. So once you set that up, that's kind of a thing where both to remind yourself, you can alter under your armor class. If you click that, it'll bring out a little window. And then under the customize, you can change it to, I think the additional magic bonus, you can do 3 and then just write in Mage Armor there. And that should change it to 14. Or just on your actual token, you can change the blue number to a 14. But that's kind of how that'll play out. Mage Armor is for 8 hours, so essentially for the rest of the day, though, you have Mage Armor. And just as you go on, that's one of those things that it can be extremely beneficial to remind yourself as you enter hostile situations that it's often a well-spent spell to cast a Mage Armor on yourself. What would you like to do, Brunt? So roll a perception check. Should potentially be able to see both goblins. Goblin 5 is dead on the ground, if that's the one that you mean with the red line. Which likely means that you can't see one of the other goblins. Yeah, you should have to click to equip it to be able to fire from it. Overall, all you have to do is if you go to your longbow, if you click the name of it, that should roll the dice for you. Oh, my bad. If you click it, it'll create like a little pop out that you can roll beyond 20 with the red square in the top right, and that will roll to hit as well as damage. Which goblin are you shooting at here? Which ones can you see? Goblin 2. Word. Let's see. Yeah, he's no way he's got more than 19 AC even with cover. That will hit. You'll kind of like pierce through his shoulder blade, leaving him alive but quite thoroughly wounded. And then it will go to Bodam. You will not see either of them. Got a pretty good feeling that the northerly direction is the proper direction. and to Yastin. Drop a perception. You can potentially see one goblin right now. You're going to hear a little bit more yelling from them as you kind of see like quick little wisps of green as it appears one of the goblins is running away, fleeing to the north. And then the other one is going to kind of drop out of cover real quick, and in a last little moment it is going to release an arrow. It's probably going to do light cover. I feel like it'll be like AC 21 at Bowden. That should hit. And it'll do 8 damage to you, Bowden. It would be pretty clear to you, though, that as he took that shot, he was almost like looking over his shoulder, running away. And with that, we are going to end that combat. Those goblins have gotten away from you all. You are well enough aware, though, that they are running off to the north and the west. And we will pick up from this moment next week here. So, again, purely just like a little taste of combat, how I tend to run it. I like to have all of the monsters on their own initiative. I try to play things as much as possible in a way that the more descriptive that you are, the better the combat can be. I think there's always a constant room to improve things, especially in combat. So always feel free to try to be creative with me and let me know like what you're thinking about things. If you kind of gathered there, I had more goblins on the board as the original encounter, but it was definitely altered for having 4 people instead of the original 6 that I built this for. But overall, I feel like you guys did a pretty good idea of trying to play it strategically and relatively stuck to that strategy. I think the big point where you threw yourself out there was crossing the road with Bront put you explicitly where the goblins were looking, so there was no longer any chance of stealthing. You would have like looked like a man, like, I don't know, that full like Looney Tunes cartoon, like walking with high knees with your hands kind of like perched like a cat as you like try to cross the road. I don't know if you see that image in your head. And then when you yelled ambush, that was like yelling fire at me. So those are the type of things that you're learning about how goblins treat things like this, and you can also start to use that against goblins. But I think that's a little taste on how a goblin ambush can be presented. As Yastin and Bowden get a little bit closer to this area, you guys would be pretty well aware that there's a little section here of the road that you guys have to divert around. There is essentially a trap in the road right there that you should be able to see now. And that was essentially like, if you guys came at unawares, if you did not charm the kobolds to know that you were in more danger in this area, there's little things that you guys did that I gave you more information about this. Yes, in moving forward, you had incredible stealth and incredible perception on those initial rolls for when this encounter would have come about, and that's why I gave you a lot more information moving up to it that allowed you guys to kind of like step back and make extra planning. So there's little things about how this played out. I hope this wasn't like anticlimactic for you guys on how the combat played out, because a lot of your good choices were why you essentially avoided this combat. Those are minor things about doing meta. Like, often when I'm actually going to whisper to somebody, I'll actually pull you to another side room. It just messes with a lot of people's like microphones and how like Discord can often be set up. So I was trying that idea of just deafening everybody who couldn't hear some things. And that was kind of a new way for me to kind of play off a stealthing into a combat, because you had two people in two different areas. I wasn't telling you what you heard from where you were until both people acted. Because another thing about how those 6 seconds of combat happens is it's all the same 6 seconds. So you're both doing your own thing. You both would have heard different things. There was one time that Yastin would have almost heard the same thing that Brantz heard, but that you were like 70 feet away where he was like 35. So there was like different levels of how you will perceive across greater distances, and including, like I had mentioned, the river had a lot of auditory noise that would prevent like stealth dropping out on those factions. So again, I felt like you guys crushed it on actually being strategic in that combat. I have new groups that I've played with for months who are not as strategic as you guys played it today. There's also certain levels of where like a head-on assault is a great way to break creatures that are not especially like mentally strong. So there's a different level of that. First goblin kill almost broke the entire group where they were going to run, clearly having lost their advantage from ambushing you. But I hope everybody had fun. If you have any questions or anything you'd like to ask me about or comment on, please let me know. If there's anything you'd like to see more of in the future, please let me know at all times. You're welcome to chat me up. Again, part of starting off a new campaign is that it is a lot more like setting. I'm not a huge fan of the travel time, but I do like to present a situation that starts to build the dire environment of the world at large, and I think the travel scenario has a lot of character building presentation, as well as it's a lot of time for the group to kind of solidify themselves into the roles that you all play, and I think it's really important to see those things happening. There's definitely times where a cleric will arrive to Phandalin with no rations because they've healed and given them to everybody that they can see along the road. And that's part of why I like to present that road in such a dire strait, is to see how people react to those things. And that's part of also how you were able to charm the kobolds. Yeah, the healer's feat should never be underappreciated, especially to have anybody else who would care to take that in the future. So you know that Bowden is also always taken care of. But that is an incredibly powerful thing to have. Not only having a life cleric, but somebody who also has the healer feat. Because it is far cheaper to use healing kits than it is healing potions, and it is far more effective. Yeah, that's definitely a rough part about like the goblin ambush, is how deadly it is because goblins have bows as well as that bonus action to hide. It's just such a vicious encounter. I've played it in the past where it's 1-to-1 with the goblins, 2 players, and it's definitely super deadly. But even doing like -1, if people aren't up front and running into it without with abandon, and you give the goblins the upper hand and let them continue to shoot at you, everybody's gonna die. Yeah, D6, when everybody's working with about 10 life, or half that realistically, that D6 plus 2 is absolutely vicious. And also, I've got everything set up so like I stream it live to Twitch, and then I post things to YouTube afterwards. If you want to see my actual dice, I don't really fudge rolls, but I do like to hide my rolls behind the screen. You can always see, maybe not like the explanation of what I'm thinking, but you can always see like what I'm thinking by the rolls and how things are being rolled out, to kind of get an impression of like what's going on that you guys can't see. Well, I don't think anything's necessarily like, I don't have like viewers outside of the actual parties that I play, and I don't think people really watch parties that aren't their own. It's far more for like new people. I can always just link them to the actual stream so they can watch what they've missed to kind of catch up, because I used to use like 2 to 3 extra hours of my time just like writing up the actual background stories to try to catch up what the last session was, versus just telling somebody, if somebody goes on vacation, like just watch the episodes that you missed. Yeah, it always varies who, if anybody, ends up joining as groups actually start. But I pretty well got an impression when I actually went to look over everything. I kind of had an impression midway through the week where I was like, yeah, with only 4 characters created, I don't imagine everybody is joining. And then when they were still at 4 last night, that's why I sent you the message. But overall, 3 is the minimum that I'll run a session for. That's part of why I really enjoy having 6, is it's a nice sized party that allows us to runs through a lot more enemies. It makes for very powerful and interesting encounters. And again, I run a deadly campaign, so it's one of those things where having a lot of people is really good to have a lot of people to be shot at. But overall, like, if someone else can make it, that's awesome. I keep the looking for a group thing open pretty much constantly, just to see if anybody wants to join in and kind of like come into a session late. It's always like a lower percentile once you start it off, but they're definitely welcome if you have anybody who's interested. Yeah, and that's one of the things I'm not necessarily like. It's not my highest priority to have a maximum game to make money off of. What I've found is running free games, there's never a limit of people who are interested. There is always an abundance of people who never show up. And that's one of the biggest problems with running free games. It makes it really difficult to actually spend the time preparing that I will often do. It makes it extremely useless to make custom content. Almost all of the maps that I use are not the maps from the actual campaigns. I will almost always try to have twists on things that are outside of the actual campaign setting. So like I have a few different people who I've run through Lost Mines of Phandelver 2 different times, and they've played completely different games. So it's just one of the things, to me, the $10 is about like making sure that I can go about my life in Corona. I don't really have like a high like price of living, but it's the type of thing where it allows me to create content as well as like not feel bad about. I think I probably spent about 10 to 12 hours in this last week alone between creating maps and things, and some of them will get used in future weeks, but there's a lot of prep time that goes into things. As far as things go, between 3 and 5 hours of actual playtime, most of the time you're looking at about $1.50 per hour to sit down at a table, and if you're having a fun time, don't think it's absurd to ask. I've definitely thought about raising my prices at times. I know people who charge much more and they run pure combat with no roleplay. And I just think overall, to me, charging is more about having a party who actually values... Damn, I think my headphone just died. A party who actually values the session, so you get a steady party. I've found that probably 85 to 95% of the time, once somebody joins the game, they'll play for 4 to 6 months without big life-altering things changing. And my bad, I can't hear right now because my headset died.
I really enjoyed it. It's really my very first time. So it was great. Yeah, so definitely plan to be back next week. That's the first online.
I just got sound back. If anybody was asking me questions, please kind of repeat them to me. But otherwise, I did hear 2 people say that they had a good time, and I appreciate that. I'm glad. Well, I'm glad. Like, yeah, my other sessions, I've got people like all around the world. A lot of people like over in Europe who join and play to absurd hours in the evening. And I find like it's pretty incredible to see the actual friendships that develop across the world over basically people unwinding to play a completely fantasy game in what becomes extremely serious things, because part of why I absolutely love Dungeons and Dragons is that the way our brain stores these memories is they happen to you. Your brain stores them in the same fashion as if all of this happens to you. And that's part of why I think a lot of people don't want to kill characters, is because people go through actual grieving processes when they start to lose their characters. But it also means that everything positive that happens is a memory that you store in your brain in a positive fashion, there is massive amounts of catharsis to experience inside of D&D, and it's one of the best things about playing this game is the friendships that you build, the experiences you go through, and the ways you like grow as a person in your real life playing a fucking video game online. Saturday is something that I could potentially make happen. I have a Saturday game that I already play in, but depending on when everybody would want to gather for it, I can potentially make it. And depending on when that happens, it would be more of, am I quitting a group or am I just leaving something early? Was it Bront Wood who said 2 to 6 Saturday you're busy? Yeah, so I'll see what I can do. I feel like if we did... Are you EST Wood? I don't actually have that open. I guess I've got it right in front of me. Yeah, I'll have to get back to you guys if I can actually sit down as DM for that time frame. But if that works for everybody, like roughly basically... I mean, what? I think realistically most of the time I'm aiming for 3 to 7 on the Sunday. So depending on how things play out, I think that's possible to do roughly 2 to 6. Next session is a lot of you guys just kind of meeting people in Phandalin and kind of getting like first thoughts on the actual experience there. So again, it's a very roleplay heavy session there, and it's definitely clutch to have as many people as possible. But I will have to get back to you all as to what the actual potentials of me switching that to Saturday are. Well, it was a pleasure. Everybody have a wonderful week here. Y'all be well.